Hello? 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 Hi, wrong one. Wrong one. Hi, everybody. Hey, how's it going? How are you? Woo! Wow. So I missed State of Play completely. I was doing other things. We got to talk about the most important one. Actually, you know what? I want to watch that trailer again because it's fucking sick. Hold on. Did everybody see this? Did people see the Marvel Tokon trailer? This was so sick. Watching Sam react to Max react was fucking hilarious. Whoo! I don't know. It's cool. I want to watch it again because it's insane. This looks so good. I literally can't imagine anyone better to handle this. Sam lost his fucking mind, but not as much as that Max guy. That's Max's whole thing! Man. Okay, hold on. All right, wait. I'll watch. Wait. Somebody link me the Sam video. I'm gonna react to Sam reacting to Max. Is he still live? No. Okay, here we go.
Characters are there.
Okay, it's here. Here it is. What were the other, like, important things? What were the other, the big... Neo 3? Oh, shit! There's a Neo 3 coming? That's pretty cool. Oh, the Tactics remaster is pretty big. That's huge. How many times has that game been re-released now? Like, 4? Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. So this is Sam and Benji?
Sick.
Okay, hold on.
Gotta make the grass out.
This game does look insane. It does look
Make
insane.
a Marvel fighting game?
This does look pretty fucking sick.
Oh my god.
Japanese Marvel fighting game? Sick.
This is tight as hell. I'm not gonna lie. This game looks so much fun. This Captain... All the designs are great. The Gundam Iron Man?
Oh, is it just Marvel vs. Capcom?
So far it's just Marvel.
I want to know who voices Spider-Man in this. I want to know who voices Spider-Man in this. I think I know who it is, but I can't quite tell.
Yeah.
Wait, this is crazy, bro. It's an assist player. It's gonna be so fucking complicated.
Ghost Rider is sick. I love that they're using this Ghost Rider design. I don't remember this guy's... It's not Johnny Blaze. This is the dude with the car, right? I don't remember this guy's name. Robbie.
Who's the only English-speaking character?
Robbie. Yeah, Robbie. Yeah. This is sick design. I love... And this Doctor Doom design? With the fur collar? That's so cool, dude. This is a great story. Oh, I mean, they're unmatched in visual style. They're the best. They're the best to do it.
4v4 tag team?
4v4?
Yeah, where's the foot dive? Foot dive! Foot
2x
dive!
POV?
Hidden missiles! That's so cool with the Hulk Buster. Bro just pulled a nothing personnel. It's true! It's so sick. I'm actually excited for this. This actually gets me wanting to try a tag fighter. That's
Oh my god.
insane. 2026? Whoo! I'm so excited for that. I thought he was going to react to Max reacting to it, but that's all good. That's so fucking cool, man. That's so cool. Max is still reacting to it? I think Evo is gonna have a demo. That would be so tight. Anyway, what am I doing today? So today, I am going to be... He turned into Crash Bandicoot. Whoa. I gotta watch that. Today I'm gonna be talking with a friend of the stream, Cici Hime, about Tumblr. We both spent a lot of time on Tumblr in the 2010s. And we wanted to talk about some of our favorite weird Tumblr incidents. Either drama or, weird scams, interesting goings-on. Fun read, by the way. I definitely don't have time to read this right now, but I will read it later. Thank you for that, Badgers. I appreciate that. So, I thought it would be fun, because, like, I don't want to just play video games all the time. I want to, like, do other collabs with other streamers. Oh, dude, Harper, I didn't know about that one. I went, so this list has a few, the list that I made and the things we're going to talk about has a few that I was in the sphere of, as in, like, I knew about, but I also did some research on ones I wasn't familiar with. Yes, yes, Cici, oh, hi, shouts out to Cici, hold on. Shout out, Cici. Everybody should go follow Cici, they're very funny. Yes. I looked up HIV living. I was unfamiliar with that, but I read the whole write-up of it. And it just keeps getting weirder. And there's something I did want to bring. You know what? Hold on. I'm going to bring in... Hold on. Okay. I'm going to call Cici right now. And we'll just bring her in as of right now. Hello? Hello? Hi?
Okay. Hi. What's up?
Hi, how's it going?
I've been playing Chikawa Pocket. I've been obsessed. I'm doing good.
What's Chikawa Pocket?
It's for, it's a Chikawa idol battler thing, so they know how to get me invested.
Are you a Chikawa enjoyer?
Yeah, I've been obsessed.
Mm-hmm. Foolish Chikawa, I laced your shit. Fuck. I always think that's all I think of whenever I think of Chikawa.
I think of the Fat Usagi edits. Where they...
Yeah?
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can... I think I retweeted a couple.
Let me see one. Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. It's gonna be a bit.
No worries, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Shizu-chan, thank you for the 8 months. But I was gonna say, I found out about you because sorry, somebody is. I gotta turn off TTS for streams like this. I found out about you because Hina in our DMs kept using one of your emotes. And it was it's the smug one where you're like got the hand over your mouth, and I was like, and I was like, oh, okay, and so I like your design because it's a Cyclops, and I think that's really cute. And then I remember you were in Cherno's stream, and then I watched one of your streams where you were playing. I can't remember. You were playing.
I think it was Anna Dream Barbecue.
Yeah, I was watching Anna, and also I watched you play Urban Yeti.
Oh yeah, Urban Yeti was super horrible.
Yeah, I was like, okay, anybody that plays like, okay, I hadn't seen this edit before. Hold on, I have to put it on the screen.
This is really, yeah, these are my favorite when they just make Usagi super fat.
Yeah, but so and I was like, anybody that plays Kuso like that is I'm a big fan of. But I was very happy that you gave Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines a shot. I love that game a lot. I played that game on release. Like the day it came out, I went to Best Buy and bought it. Well, because I played the tabletop game like with my friends in middle school. So, but I remember from the way you spoke in your streams, I was like, I have a feeling that you were on Tumblr.
You could tell. No, you could tell definitely. I knew Needle. Needle's in chat. Needle's one of my friends. I knew Needle was a Tumblr person just by like the humor that she has. Yeah, you can tell immediately if someone spent like 10+ years on Tumblr.com.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And for those that don't know, I was relatively active on Tumblr for a while. In
relatively.
fact, relatively.
Yeah.
That was actually my that was my main social media platform for many, many years. I want to say from like 2011 through like 2017 or something like that. That was
I
like,
left right when they banned porn.
Because like, what's the point, right? Female presenting nipple. I remember that meme? I do. I had friends real big into Super Hulock. I think everybody kind of knew someone who was Super Hulock adjacent.
Tumblr had like eras. Super Hulock was definitely one of them. Like Super Hulock and Onceler was like the first Tumblr weirdness that I ever stumbled into.
Onceler was very strange. I knew a lot of people involved in it. Actually, it's funny. We'll get into that in a minute. But let's get each of our histories with Tumblr. Like, when did you start being active, and like what got you into it?
I was super big into Toho in my high school years.
No kidding.
And
okay.
So I started a Toho blog and a Toho Ask blog back in like 2011.
Okay.
And then I went like up into other fandoms like Danganronpa and stuff.
Yeah,
and
that's
did, like
the pipeline.
RP and everything.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, the RP blogs. I get that. Yeah. Do you know? Yeah. Okay. So interesting. Yeah, I started in like 2010, 2011. And it's because I was most active on a site called Tindeck. I don't know if you've ever heard of this site before.
No.
No? Okay. Tindeck it's not around anymore, but it was a site where you could upload and stream audio files. So it was essentially a YouTube, but only for audio files. And a lot of people were using it to upload Homestuck voice files, to host audio files.
Okay, see, that's why I haven't heard of it. Despite being on Tumblr, I've never gotten Homestuck.
That's fair. That's totally fair. You dodged a bullet. Yeah, but anyway, so I was using it, and I kept getting... It was like I kept seeing people link things from Tumblr on a message board. It was the Homestuck message board. What's going on, Sakura Rose? Hi everybody. Sorry, we're just sort of like setting up the ambiance for
reminiscing.
We're reminiscing, really. And so I kept seeing people link things from Tumblr, and I was like, well, I guess I'll get a Tumblr account, right? I guess I'll get one. So I made one. And I wasn't really active on it. Like, I just posted, like, I reblogged things. I said retweeted things. Because it's called reblogging on Twitter, or on Tumblr. And so I basically just did that. And then people would occasionally ask me stuff. But then I started posting comic dubs. So people would post, like, Homestuck comics, and then I would make an audio post. That was the big thing about Tumblr that I liked, is you could make an audio post.
I wish that Twitter had the capabilities that Tumblr had with audio posts and like asks built in and stuff.
Yup. You kind of can. You kind of can do an audio post, but it's weird. I don't know how to do it.
I think they got rid of it. You used to be able to do it on iPhone, and now you can't anymore.
Yeah. It was like a thing where it was just like a video that just had your icon, but then like an audio recording on it, right?
Yeah, that was the iPhone thing.
Yeah,
Whip.
For sure. Yeah, and so I could never do that. And so what was I saying? So audio posts were great. So all I would do is I would make an audio post with with me dubbing the comic, but then linking to the comic, right? So like I would reblog the post as an audio post, and then with my take on the comic, and then those picked up, and then that's just what I did for a long time. But that's how I got started on Tumblr, and then I just kept doing that, and then eventually I moved over to YouTube, and then I kind of stopped using Tumblr so much. But it was an interesting time. It was a very interesting time on Tumblr. I can think personally. Also, I have to be real. I've seen some people on Twitter crash out. I don't think they even broach the level of crash outs that we've seen on Tumblr.
No, never.
If you were not there, you cannot begin to imagine how severely and terminally people crashed out on that website. Like,
Everyone
publicly.
was, like, terminally online to like the nth degree.
Yeah.
No, and the drama on there and the intersection of fandoms with drama was crazy. Like you saw call out posts like every single day.
Every day.
Like, just random people, random shit that didn't matter.
So one of the problems, one of the things about Tumblr that I really liked was that I both liked and did not like it. So when you would reblog, it would do an indent on the post, right? So the original post, it was kind of like a pyramid. So you would have the original post and then a line break, and then underneath it, reverse tabbed from the original post. For those that are not familiar with how Tumblr works, I should have gotten a visual image of this, but it's essentially like you had a line and then a reverse tab, which was the reply, and then if there was a reply to that reply, it was another indented tab.
Here's a good one.
Yeah. Oh, do you have a picture?
Hold on. Yeah, I remembered.
Yeah.
I remembered this classic.
Well,
post,
it's
and I was like, oh, this shows it pretty
yeah.
well.
No, it's not reverse tabbed. It's Reddit comments are sort of the inverse, because see, the original post is at the top, but they push
all the way
it
to
forward.
The, like, right side.
Yeah. It's reverse Reddit comment. So the original is like this, and then they would push it to the left. So it would keep going in. So something that had so many replies, it just ended up looking like this.
It was worse.
It was horrible. It's a horrible way of doing it.
The second I saw one of these on my timeline, I was like, I might as well just refresh the page and like not even bother going down, because it's gonna be miles long.
There was some where I would refresh my feed and it was just lines, and I'd be like, nope, not even gonna broach that. Not even gonna bother with this.
And then there's the one time when Tumblr broke everything and everyone was fucking with the like the way that posts were displayed and stuff, and like stretching out the screen.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it and all that. Oh my god, that was like a horrible night, but also really funny.
It was so bad, and they would they would constantly try and deploy changes to the website, so that it wouldn't really interfere with the experience, but it inevitably always did. The other interesting thing is asks. For those that are not familiar with Tumblr, you can submit asks to people, which you can publish as a post with a reply. In theory, that's a interesting idea, right? It's essentially a built-in. I know there's like a thing you can kind of do something like that on Instagram. You can like publish where people can send things and you can post it to your story, sort of like that, but you could do it anonymously, and that opened the door for a lot of harassment and like bullying and stuff like that. And I remember I would get like mercilessly bullied through anonymous asks on Tumblr. How old was I at the time? 25, 24, something like that. Year-old man mercilessly bullied by probably 15 to 17-year-olds on Tumblr, just sending me anonymous hate. But I stubbornly and stupidly told myself I won't turn off anonymous, because you can turn it off, because that means they win. If I turn off anonymous, they win, which they can't win. I can't let them know that they won. Tumblr still exists, but I'm afraid to look at more than one or two blogs at a time. Honestly,
it kind of stinks now, honestly. I've been there, but it's not the same.
Yeah, it's 2011 through like 2016 Tumblr was a place you had to experience. You had to be there to understand why the atmosphere was created the way it was. Hi, Sulfa. No, please don't tell Cece to bully me. She'll do it.
I will. I mean, that Tumblr made me mean.
It did, really? Did it? Is
Yeah.
that what shaped you? It was a core memory?
Yeah, you had to be ruthless. Like the hate mail that you said, yeah. And also people would get into fights over like how oppressed they are. So I learned how to like pull out my like trap card and be like, oh yeah, well I have all of these and this and I'm a woman.
Oh, surprise, idiot! I'm a woman.
Yeah. I got so many people thinking I was a guy because of like the anime boobs that I reblogged or whatever. So that was always a fun one to pull out.
No, we're not. Nothing scary happened. We're just talking about Tumblr drama and like reminiscing about Tumblr. Basically, it's kind of a chill format. We're just talking. But I figured I'd have Cece on because she seems knowledgeable about the subject. So I was gonna say, I kind of wanted to go from the top of the iceberg to things that happened on Tumblr that people might know, kind of down to ones that either people might not know or even ones I was completely unaware of. And so, do you want to start with one you'd like to talk about first? An incident on Tumblr that you'd like to...
I can start with my personal one.
Yeah,
I don't
hold on.
think many people
let me
really
pull up my
know
list.
about. My personal like group that I kept an eye on were these group of like probably 15 to 17-year-old Danganronpa kinnies, which if you don't know what kinnies are, it's like when you think that you're a character in real. It's kind of like Otherkin, where you think like you're an animal, but with like fictional characters.
Yes.
So there were a bunch of them together, and they called themselves the Benadryl Boys, and their whole thing was taking lots of like Benadryl to get high, and then basically going on these rampages on Tumblr of like harassing like multiple other kin groups and like the have you heard of the critical blogs like Steven Universe Critical and all that, where they
what?
Okay, so I have to give backstory for that too.
Okay.
There was an entire type of blog called critical blogs where they would have like a fandom that they were a part of, but they basically hated it.
Okay.
Because like everything they posted was like, this is why this is bad, and this part of the show is bad, and this character's bad.
Okay.
And that was like their whole like ethos, their whole reason for existing. So the Benadryl Boys also had intersections with some
Don't
different
say their
Steven
name
universe.
that to give them legitimacy. Like, so the Benadryl Boys. Don't give them legitimacy like that.
You can still find, like, here, I'll send you something.
Okay.
It was hard for me to find the main person. I'm pretty sure the main person used to be a Junko Inoshima from Danganronpa Kinney.
Okay.
And they were very like, they would go to like all of the other Junko kins on Tumblr and send the Benadryl Boys after them to like harass them into
Like they were the
their
Pinkertons?
blog.
What the fuck
Yeah.
is this? Okay.
Basically,
We'll sick the
yeah.
Benadryl Boys on you.
So here's I think like in the later years, because I used to be able to find it a few years ago. I used to be able to find their blogs and talks about it, but I guess in the last few years the Benadryl Boys disbanded because every Benadryl Boys related blog now says like Benadryl Boys fuck off and don't interact. But this one has some gifs still.
Okay.
For the Benadryl
Hold on.
Boys.
I'm gonna show this
to
on
use.
stream. Benadryl Boys fuck off. Benadryl Boys Glitter Text Team Goon Squad. Man, was this made like post 2021? Because that's got a very different meaning now.
I don't know. I know that some of these are old though, like the Benadryl allergy box. I'm pretty sure. I
kinda
saw
want
that one.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. There's a bunch of little sparklies on
Sure,
there. I
sure.
like your Flugie.
Oh, thank you. Thank
that's
you.
So yeah, that's my personal one.
Thank you. It's just
I,
birth for
like
the
I said, I
31.
didn't find anything really that got archived. I think the main person basically deleted all their stuff.
Sure.
So
That is a problem that I ran into when I was doing research for this stream, is a lot of things you're either going to have to get secondhand information from, because a lot of this stuff is just gone. A lot of the blogs are just gone. You can just delete a blog and it's gone forever. It's actually, you have to like look through an archive to find it. But people have the bigger stuff, for instance, like Miss Officer and Mr. Truffles, which we'll talk, or what is it, All or Nothing?
All or Nothing,
yeah, All or Nothing. That's been extensively documented. So, like, that's not hard, but, like, HIV living, you kind of have to, like, read summaries of stuff like that.
There probably is a way to get them off the Wayback Machine. The problem with Tumblr posts, though, is that there are, like, different iterations of reblogs and, like, different places that would have, like, you know, this stuff. Sometimes you don't know the original source of whatever you're trying to find.
Yeah, you just kind of have to, All or Nothing, God. I mean, DashCon also extensively covered by YouTubers, other blogs, other news outlets, things like that. But I mean, that was just such a spectacular failure that it had to be covered. But there's smaller things too. The resin cast breast milk. Do you know about that one?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Yes, I'm so glad we both had that one. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I know about all of the I know about the weird like items people would sell. There's like there are like so many different groups on Tumblr. There were anyway.
Yeah.
And like so a lot of weirdos like made these tiny groups that like no one knew about until suddenly you got like flashbanged with the breast milk resin or the person that was stealing bones from the graveyard.
Yeah, the bone stealing witch. Yep.
Yeah. You got flashbanged with that on your dash and you're like, oh, okay, I guess there are people just selling body parts or whatever on this website. Yes.
Sorry, Ender Darling. That was the name of the witch who was stealing bones, in Louisiana. We'll talk about that in a minute, though. Oh, God, Coney 2012? That was, like, a big Tumblr one. I don't know if that was anywhere else. Was that anywhere else other than Tumblr?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't use, like, Twitter or anything back then.
Same, I wouldn't know,
I feel like maybe I saw like an article or something about it online, but that's like after it was on like Tumblr like extensively. So yeah, I think it must have started there.
Yeah. 2012
yeah,
made it
Rabies
everywhere.
Pride also came from Tumblr. The Rabies Pride flag, I remember that.
That one I don't know. Rabies Pride? This is a new one.
Yeah.
Okay. People were telling me about the Down with Sis bus.
Yes. Oh my God.
That one I don't know either.
You don't know the Down was? Oh my God.
No,
that's
this
iconic.
This one I got lost in.
There are like this. Okay, there are these like stories that came from Tumblr that were so obviously fake. It was like a whole genre of posting.
r/that happened. Yeah. Definitely, yeah.
And Down with Sis Bus was like the very first one of those. It's like where and everyone stood up and clapped me.
Ruth Conda forever.
All of those, can be traced with back to the Down with Sis Bus. Somebody was saying, I think the post goes that somebody was just like fucking walking around, and then a Down with Sis Bus came along, and the LGBT people like got off the bus and like beat him up or something.
Oh my God! What the fuck?
That was the post. That was the post.
Okay, sure. It was like an r/that happened kind of thing. Okay. Right. Oh my God.
Here, let's see here.
I think I remember Opa Homeless Style. Yeah, I think
Opa
I remember.
Homeless Style was another one.
Yeah.
There's a whole video from somebody on YouTube that oh crap, I should have gotten the link. There's a whole video of these like on YouTube, people just like going through all of these bullshit stories.
One of the ones, so I figure the first one we should talk about, because it's the one I feel like everyone knows, is DashCon. The police officer crying over the Homestuck update. We're gonna talk about Homestuck stuff, but because CC doesn't know about it, we'll save that until, because that's the stuff I'm more familiar with. But anyway, DashCon, for those that don't know, was it 2016? I think?
I think so.
DashCon 2014? 2014.
Oh wow, that's
yeah.
that's earlier than what I remembered. But it's all like a big blur in my mind.
Yeah,
Everyone knows the ball pit. Everyone knows
Yeah.
the ball pit. And then I think there was a rumor that somebody pissed in it.
Yeah. Okay, wait. It's really funny. Hold on. Residence Schaumburg Convention Center. This is where Combo Breaker is. Or Renaissance Schaumburg. I was just here. I had no idea this is where DashCon was. That's very funny, actually. Anyway, regardless. So, for those that are unaware, it was a bunch of users that got together and created a con for all types of the really popular fandoms on Tumblr at the time. Now, at that time, hold on, I gotta bring up the picture. I can't believe I was literally just here. For those that don't know, at the time, the really popular fandoms were like, it was like Super Wholock, which is Supernatural, Doctor Who, and Sherlock. Welcome to Night Vale, which I had.
Oh yeah,
which
they
I
invited them there too. Oh, that was a whole big part of it.
Yeah, so they
Part of the failure of it.
yes, they invited them, and I think they showed up, but like they weren't paid.
They weren't paid, so they were
Yeah.
just like, well, we're not doing it.
Yeah, so they just left. They just they just fucking left. This was the this picture on screen. This was the main event hall. This is where this was the ball pit. This is apparent. They said somebody peed in the ball pit. I don't believe that.
I think that's a joke.
I think yeah. That's
People were on Tumblr all night making shit up about this, so you kind of
Yeah.
had to like actually look at the blogs of people who went.
Yeah. So I think one thing that happened a lot on Tumblr that, I mean, sort of just happens on any, this is the only one I actually know about. Well, you're going to know a whole lot about a lot of things you wish you didn't when this stream is over. I lost my train of thought. Oh, right. A big thing about Tumblr was misinformation was huge. And a lot of
Yeah.
people would take posts at super face value with zero fact checking at all, which ties into what you were saying, right? About the whole, like, r/that happened, that whole thing. Like, people would just take reblogs saying, yeah, this happened at this place with absolutely no fact checking, no sources or corroboration, and then they would
Yeah.
blow up out of
then-
nowhere.
Another problem is that you could edit people's posts when you reblog them.
Oh
used to
God,
be
I
able to
forgot about that.
Until the infamous John Green edit, and then after that they took away editable posts. But you used to be able to just make people say whatever the fuck you wanted them to.
I completely forgot about that. Imagine if you could.
It was so funny. It was so funny.
Imagine if you could retweet somebody and just edit their tweets. Oh man.
Yes, anyone could edit your post when they reblogged it.
Yes,
and
I forgot about that.
It wouldn't show up as like, oh, you edited this, or like a change. It just looked like they actually said it. And
Yes, when you went to the original post, it would still be their post, and you could.
Yeah.
So this is where it comes into what I was saying. You could check the time, right? Because every post had a timestamp on it, but you'd have to like literally do your own research and be like, oh, so and so said this in a reblog, but when I went back to the original post, which was made earlier, he doesn't say that, right? So you had to check, but nobody was doing that. No one did. So everyone just looked at the posts and was like,
Oh my
wow, I can't believe they said
So
that.
I was
Yeah.
literally looking for that post. Who changed Fudger's demeanor? Oh my! And this one, the actual. I don't know if you can show this on screen. You can try and voice act it if you want. Remember
Okay.
this? The John Green.
Cock is one of my
This is the
favorite
post
tastes.
that got it all taken away.
Hold on. I have to put it up
Yeah,
on
mhm.
screen. Wait. Okay, hold on. This was the edited post, correct?
Yeah.
No, this was the original one. Cock is one of my favorite tastes. Not only that, but balls smell amazing. It makes me go a little crazy on it, to be honest. Like, I cannot get it far enough down my throat to be satisfied. I'm only satisfied when I feel those intense, powerful, salty, hot pumps of cum down my throat. When I sit back on my heels, look up at you with cum all over my mouth and slobber running down my neck, hair all fucked up, and wipe my mouth with the back of my arm and ask you if I did a good job, and you cannot even speak because I've drained all your energy out of the tip of your dick. That's when I'm satisfied. This was in edited.
Yeah, this was edited.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the original post was, but
Yeah.
John Green got really mad.
Yeah. Yeah, so this was a John Green edited post. Mhm.
The author, by the way, John Green,
Green,
the
yeah,
author, who
the-
used to be pretty famous.
Yeah, what
I
did
don't
he-
know if people still read his books anymore, but yeah, he had like movies and shit. And he was like, famous people would just be on Tumblr sometimes, and it was like, why are you here?
Yeah, why are you here? Why this one of all places? Oh, Fault in Our Stars. That's the one that he wrote.
Yeah.
That was like the big one. Yeah. I remember this. That was the one that was like really huge. But for some reason, John Green was really active on Tumblr. A few celebrities were. You know who got their start on Tumblr that some people might not know is Omocat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Omocat used to do like really cute Legend of Zelda comics. Hold on.
And I believe the main character of Omori used to be a different like OC. She would draw little pictures and comics about or whatever.
Yes,
as well.
yes. Yeah. Yeah, they looked like this. So these were Omocat's little Legend of Zelda comics that they would do. And I voice acted a few of these. And I asked her, I messaged her on Tumblr and said, hey, would you be okay if I voice acted these? And she said, sure. And I did. And I posted them, and that was that. But that's where she got her start, was there. And then they started doing super aesthetic things. Yeah, I completely forgot about the ability to edit posts that other people made. That's insane. But yes, so that was a big thing. Yeah, but anyway, DashCon is like the one that everyone knows, but it's not the only scam to come out of Tumblr. There were a lot of comics or like one-off drawings or photos that would get posted to Tumblr, and then they would go on that huge like reblog chain where
And they'd be like, "Oh, this needs to be a show."
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
This would be so cool as a show.
Yes, that was like the big thing. Okay, so for those that don't know, that segues great into this. This one's been covered extensively, but there was this post. I have to always be careful when searching for Tumblr stuff and showing my Google image searches. I should probably turn save search on. Hold on, just for this case, because you never know what you're gonna find. Miss Officer and Mr. Truffles was from a picture that was posted on Tumblr. Here's the original photo. It was of I think it's a Canadian police officer.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, and a bear. And people were like, this has to be a show. We gotta make a show out of this. So this artist named Lemon Tea Flower made a bunch of like concept art pieces of the show, and then made a Kickstarter for the show. And I think they raised a decent amount. It was like $6,000 or something like that. And
yeah, before people were like, 80,000 to make a whole animated show is kind of not
not a
whole
lot. Mhm. Neil Gaiman went on Tumblr a lot. That somehow doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, he did. And I think he answered asks and stuff too. He talked to people.
Yeah. So Miss Officer and Mr. Truffles. So the two most common stories on Tumblr that at least I during my research became familiar with were either animated series or ongoing series scams, where somebody would post an idea to some sort of crowdfunding site, either, say, I don't know, Indiegogo or Kickstarter, right? And then the other one that I found a lot that happened all the time was somebody would be posting about something, and then it would turn out that they would be posting like, oh, I'm this person. I'm like a disabled person of color author who does this and this. And then it turns out that they're none of those things. at all.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
they called it race fakers. There were a lot of
wow. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like they would be posting that they're one thing, but then they're not that thing. And then it would also turn out that the person who was trying to expose them for doing that thing was also faking who they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a lot of like a lot of the themes in things that I was discovering. Yeah, it was race fakers. That's insane. Did you have any that particularly stood out to you? Any other ones that you wanted to talk about?
What about like any personal ones?
Any personal ones that yeah.
I do have a video of DashCon.
Oh God, really?
I have it's a little tiny one.
Okay.
I think it's like a little compilation thing. There used to be I used to have a longer one. I used to have the video of them like actually asking for money. That it might be in here though.
Oh my God, I forgot. In the middle of the con, they were asking for money because weren't they getting kicked out?
Yes, they actually didn't have enough money to pay. They didn't pay anybody. Is basically the gist of things. They didn't pay anyone. I remember the convention also was getting mad because like people were or the hotels were getting mad because people were like fucking up the rooms and stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, they ran out of money in the middle of the con, and they just held like this a conference asking everyone, okay, can you donate to me to stay like afloat? We need this amount of money.
Oh my God.
I think this is it. I think this is like the where they were talking to him at, and like the foyer here. You could see some of the different like little panels they had.
This is crazy.
101.
It's so insane to think I was literally just here.
Oh, the flower crowns. The
flower crowns.
Collins. Yeah, flower crown edits were huge on Tumblr back in this time period. Every character, every like celebrity would have one.
A flower crown, yeah.
Yeah.
One extra hour of fun.
They needed to raise like $17,000. Yeah,
that's
remember.
right.
Holy fuck. Oh man.
Frag video edits in the 2010s went crazy style.
Yeah, this is an old video. Don't get it twisted. This was uploaded like 10 years ago.
Yeah. Was DashCon where the Sharpie bathtub happened? No. That was a different convention. By the way, that really happened. My friend was in that. Yeah. So
Homestuck, right?
Yes. So for those that are unaware of the Sharpie bathtub incident or what it is, you may have heard of something about it. Essentially, it was at a convention. My friend April was in that hotel room. They left. She filled the tub with water and permanent Sharpie markers to try and dye her skin green instead of using like Ben Nye cream gray makeup that everyone else was using.
Many such cases. Well, actually, no, they just didn't seal they didn't seal the makeup a lot of times back then, so they'd like have it all over the convention in the hotel room.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, yes. Sorry, somebody in my chat is also in my YouTube chat is also mentioning steam powered giraffe. I forgot about them. That was like the what was it? It was like a electro. No, I don't know what kind of music they were. They were like a retro.
Electro swing band or something like that?
I don't think they were electro swing, but they like dressed up like robots.
I vaguely remember them.
Yeah, I know a lot of. They do folk music now. That's very surprising.
Crazy shit.
Yeah, but they dressed up like robots, like Victorian steampunk robots. And would play, I don't know, I never listened to them once because that sort of music did not appeal to me at all. Yeah, I thought they were called Daft Punk, different robots. But anyway, so yes, yeah, it was a whole, like Tumblr as an ecosystem was very strange because when people talk about, I watch a lot of Northern Lion, and he talks a lot about how, like, the younger generation, you know, is very, like, puritanical and very, I'm like, motherfucker, people our age were doing that shit too. Like, they were doing the same stuff on Tumblr. Like, condemning others very quickly.
Oh,
and-
yeah.
Yeah, there was all sorts of that kind of thing happening.
Tumblr was weird because it was like a very nerdcore type of website, and like nerdy stuff was very celebrated to the point of like doing incredibly cringe stuff. Because like that was what was cool.
Yeah. I mean, so back to like the Homestuck stuff. I remember Homestuck got a real dedicated following on Tumblr. In fact, to the point where the author was active on Tumblr, because I think a lot of his social media people, or his like people he was around, was like, yeah, that's where most of your audience is. There would be a post whenever the comic updated, and everybody would get thousands of notes when there was an update, and people wanted to be the first one to post about the update. It was crazy. It was a rabid fandom on Tumblr. Yeah, it was that there were all sorts of weird things. There was the video of the people spitting in the bucket.
I remember, yeah.
You remember the bucket video?
I had that one too at one point. I showed it to my chat, but it's really gross, so I don't know if we should do it.
Yeah, that one's, I can't watch that one. It's too disgusting. That one's too disgusting. Yeah, but what was, there were a few more that I wrote down. Oh, we mentioned it briefly, but occasionally you'd see something come across your dash that you weren't really involved in. And I mean, that's sort of like, I mean, you gotta wonder, was there an algorithm on Tumblr? I actually don't know. Or was it just like whatever you subscribed to?
I think it was just the stuff that you subscribed to. And then like you would just have people in your circle that would be in other fandoms, and then like it would go through that way.
Yeah, it would kind of get filtered through that. Yeah, it's a lot. It's so there's so many events and things, and you try and like sift through them all, and because once again, like, you never know what's real and what's not. But I think that's funny, because when something is proven to be real, it's that much more unbelievable. Which is why we have to talk about HIV living. We have to talk about it. So this is interesting for me, because I was completely unaware of this one before I started researching for this stream. So what it was is, it was a blog, wasn't it, for Hamilton fanfiction?
Yes, it was a Hamilton fanfiction in the style of Clone High, where it was like they were high schoolers
in the 80s.
It was, yes,
yeah, and
it dealt with HIV and AIDS because it was in the 80s, and people were like, oh, huh. And that's a little bit weird.
The play, yes, it was so it was essentially an AU, which for those of you that don't know is an alternate universe fan fiction, where the characters from Hamilton, who are real people, were in the 80s in high school, but they also were all had HIV or AIDS. And it was apparently written by two people who were from India, I want to say. So
yeah, they said they were from India.
That should be an important point. They said they were two people from India,
who were HIV
positive.
Like, positive.
Yes, they were. Yeah, and they would post about like information about HIV and like what it was like living with it and all that stuff. And all of a sudden, they had some kind of emergency where they needed medical attention and they couldn't get it. And they posted a GoFundMe link or something like that. And they were trafficking victims. That's right. Yes. And they posted this thing where they needed like medical assistance, but they couldn't afford it. So a bunch of people donated. And then it came out that they were not, in fact, two people. It was one person. It was one white girl who was just posting about HIV because she wanted to pretend that she was HIV positive, and also two people, so that people wouldn't judge her
Yeah.
for making her fan fiction about having HIV?
Yeah, so basically with Tumblr, a lot of the, like, I guess the thinking back then was you couldn't, like, write anything or, like, have characters if you didn't, like, experience it yourself. So basically, yeah, I guess because she just really wanted to write about HIV,
Mhm.
I don't know if it was, like, a fetish or just something she was really interested in. Yeah, she
Mhm.
decided to just make up these, like, entire lives of, like, 2 different people. And yeah, it was exposed that like her GoFundMe was set in the US, so people like did sleuthing
That's
or whatever.
right. Yeah. That's right. She was. I forgot about that. That's how they found out that she wasn't in India, is because her.
Yeah, for your medical slash
Selfa, thanks for the
family
200 bits
emergency
for my
fund.
medical
Fox.
emergency fund. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's like they found out that it was based in the U.S. and so but here's where it gets, I think, gets even crazier. Is the person that exposed them was also a Hamilton fanfiction writer, but their AU was Alexander Hamilton was a cannibalistic mermaid.
Yes, they
Yeah.
had a cannibal mermaid.
Yeah, and they were getting bullied because they were writing weird mermaid cannibal fan fiction of Alexander Hamilton, and then they exposed HIV living so that their fan fiction could get attention.
Yeah, it was,
It's
yeah.
so insane. It's so insane. And I'm not
A
saying
lot of it,
yeah.
a lot of like these critical blogs and all these like people. That's what they kind of, yeah, they kind of would just like jump on each other like that. It was like sharks.
Yeah, it's true. It's crazy. She accused them of gentrifying cannibalism. Okay, that, like, jumping down that rabbit hole, because there was a lot of stuff about this one that I was unfamiliar with. I was completely unfamiliar with all of that whole deal. Do you have any that you want to bring up that are good? Because, like, that's a pretty good one. That's a pretty insane one.
I do know that there was the time when somebody went and said, "Oh, I'm the author of My Immortal."
Oh, I heard about this one.
They claimed to be a Native American woman who had like a long lost brother she was trying to find. She was sexually like abused and all of these other things. And she went on and claimed that she was the original writer of My Immortal and had like flash drives or something and proof of like to back it up or whatever she said. But then and people believed her. People did try to like donate to her for her to find her brother and everything.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Let me see. I don't remember what she called herself. But let's see here. Her brother ended up going on to a website and basically like he said, "No, this is my sister. She's just a white woman and she wants to gain publicity for her new book."
Oh
and
God. Rose Christo. Yeah.
Rose Christo.
Oh man. It's like, see, there's this weird pattern of people going on to Tumblr and then RPing not as a character, but as like a different person. But taking it really seriously. Basically duping people into thinking they're someone else.
Yeah, and it was so easy to do. People really didn't question anything. As long as you were like, I said that you were something. It was like bad for you to question them about it.
Yeah.
Because like that was like rude and bad, like rude of you to think that they would ever be faking it.
Yeah. And most of the time, if they got super defensive about it, they were faking it. Like they were super faking it. Yeah. And so it sort of cast this shadow of doubt over all Tumblr posts, in my opinion. That's why, oh man, that's why, I mean, Coney 2012, as we said, really kind of just stopped me from, like, reblogging anything that seemed like, oh yeah, signal boost or whatever, right? I just didn't bother with it anymore. Yeah. Because I got shamed in my ask box they're like, why haven't you reblogged that? It's like a big deal.
Yeah,
You need to reblog that. Yeah.
They would do that. They would hit you with the, oh, why aren't you talking about this?
Yeah.
Why aren't you reblog? Especially if you were a bigger blog. Like, why aren't you drawing attention to this?
Yeah. I don't know if I should be sad or glad I wasn't a part of Tumblr. So it was like, I think it's probably more fun for you in retrospect, like to go back and look. Because at the time, it kind of sucked, but it sucked in a really funny way. So it was like, man, I can't believe this is happening. But if you weren't there at the time, you can look at retrospects and kind of be like, okay, I get it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the bone stealing witch, which we mentioned earlier. So there was a Tumblr user who posted that she was using washed up bones.
She would wait until the rains washed up the bones in these, like, basically, like, poor people's cemeteries where they didn't bother to bury them very far down.
Yeah.
So she would wait for the bones to wash up so that she could use them and, like, sell them for her witch rituals.
Yeah, witcherals, if you will.
Rituals, yeah.
If you will. And I remember people were like, hey, do you ship those bones? Like, can you send me some of those bones for my own spell? I feel like witch Tumblr is something I never got into, but I
did.
Oh,
it was funny.
tell me.
The best part about witch Tumblr is that they legitimately thought that reblogging posts counted as, like, adding to the power of their spells. So they would make, like, emoji post spells, and you would reblog them to power up their spells so that they could cast. It was really great. It was full of stuff like that, and then, like, just like all these spells on how to, like, basically, I think there were a bunch of witches who were trying to, I believe, take Trump out during the election. But and I don't remember what happened with that. Let me see. Let me look at that. I do remember there's a famous post of a witch going into, like, what do you call that when you lucid dream? You astral project.
Yeah.
Astral projection post, and don't fight God. Don't try to fight God. He's too powerful.
There's this weird blurry line between you can't tell if someone's serious or not, and that's where the best posts are. Like, you can't, like, if you can't quite tell if they're totally serious, that's where, like, that's Peem content on Tumblr. Yeah.
Oh, here it is. I was wondering why the spells wouldn't work against them. Here's the quote from the Tumblr Trump witch. I hate to say this, but don't do magic against him. He has a form of protection surrounding him that feeds off of magic done against him. You will have better results if you focus your magic on helping his opponent or protecting yourself and others. I wish it would work to bind him or do a freezer spell, but you'll only be helping him. And the freezer spell was, like, writing something on a piece of paper in water and freezing it, and that was supposed to, like, make it not happen. So, yeah.
I'm so sad I missed out on witch Tumblr. I feel like it kind of came across my blog occasionally or across my dashboard occasionally, but not all that much. It is, like, insane. There were let's see. There were so many, like, it was that sort of, like, subculture that they would form these little groups, and then it was great because, like, you'd see these groups and you know, fandoms and things like that, and then it just took one little spark and the fandom would just explode, or it would just collapse on itself.
Yeah, and they were so insulated too. Like, you would have all these people that, like, knew each other, these little pockets and stuff, and you could, like, infiltrate it, and they really would just, like, crumble under, like, the smallest amount of pressure.
It's true. Yeah. It's true. I will say that Tumblr did, for all the, like, weird stuff that happened on Tumblr, I did meet a lot of friends on Tumblr and, like, artist friends and get introduced to a lot of really great artists. I think Tumblr was great. For artists. Yeah, it was great for artists because you could post these huge, like, full resolution pictures And, like, you could
Yes.
see all of it, and, like, it'd be really easy to look at all the art, especially when it would pop up on your dash. But then, like, people would post art and be like, do not reblog. And I'd be like, okay. I mean, I understand, but isn't that sort of, like, defeating the purpose of posting
Yeah,
the
isn't that
art?
the point?
Isn't that the point? Is, like, you know... could you ever turn off reblogs on a post? I don't remember.
No.
Yeah, you
could not.
Yeah, that was like a big thing. Is some people would like make posts and be like, "Don't reblog this post," and people would be like, "You could just not post it at all." But yeah, that was like a big thing. I remember. You met your best friend on Tumblr. We made emo poetry posts at the same time when we were 20. Sometimes you same hat. You see the person and you say same hat. Yeah, they radicalize themselves really easy too. That's very true. Those insulated groups would get radicalized very fast. Let's see. What else did I have on my document? Another one that I didn't know about was the resin cast breast milk. So for those that don't know what that is, there was apparently somebody who was selling jewelry that was their breast milk cast in resin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like there was like a picture of it too. Hold on.
There
I think
was.
Hold on.
Yeah, I found it. Here it is.
Okay, good. I remember seeing it somewhat recently. It's so weird because you can really tell that it's it's a liquid in there.
Yeah, it definitely is. The person in question I know named their child Novali Galileo Starshine. Jewelry made out of resin cast breast milk. Why?
Amazing.
Man, Tumblr is something so incredible.
This is the type of stuff, yeah, that would just proliferate on there because people are allowed to be like weird and cringy and
yeah, it's true, and no one would stop them. So another thing we should probably talk about is like RP blogs.
Yeah.
So did you say you ran some of those, or you?
Yeah, I had
Okay.
some for various characters in my like the fandoms that I liked.
Yeah.
Everything has been deleted now. The second I became a VTuber, I deleted every single one of my Tumblr accounts. So.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you won't find them.
No, yeah, I didn't want any of that stuff hanging around.
Yeah.
I did a lot of Danganronpa ones because it was really easy to like make an OC for like a game, you know,
Yeah.
a killing game, and
True,
then like
yeah.
get into a group and stuff, and you know, role play and hang out and whatever.
Of course, yeah.
There was a lot of like weird roleplay blogs too, though. There wasn't just like fandom specific ones. There were like the parody ones, people making like parody RP posts, and also like the Sonic one where there's a bunch of like drama with like
Sonic
the
for
different
Justice.
mods. Yes, and
Yeah, Mod
yeah.
Silver. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
Yeah, you would see like these implosions of these RP groups sometimes on your your feed. It was it was very interesting.
Yeah, there were so many, and especially once again being in the Homestuck fandom, there were so many RP blogs where people would try and be like the RP blog. They like ask so and so, right? They would try and they would try and be like the ask blog for a certain character, and if any other ask blog showed up, they'd be like, this person's ripping me off, so like they can't be doing this. There was so much shaming for people that were trying to RP the same character. It was wild. Yeah.
I think it was like this. It came from the same place as like the no doubles, like fiction kin stuff, where people got really possessive. I remember that happened even in like ask blogs where they would like send in an ask and it would like you would draw a picture or whatever.
Yeah.
I had a Toho one of those, and people would like get really mean to each other if you did the same character ask blog as them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially if if your art was like quote unquote better than theirs.
Oh yeah. Yep.
People got really jealous on Tumblr too.
Yeah, it's true.
Lot.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I remember when I met a lot of artists through Tumblr, like I said, and became friends with a lot of them. And it actually inspired me to start drawing, or by just like a Wacom bamboo, you know, like a tiny little tablet. And I tried to teach myself how to draw. And I would just post my drawings occasionally. And I was like trying to develop a style, and I went through a couple different ideas. And I remember somebody asked me like, "Oh, do you take commissions?" And I was like, "No, not really. Like, I don't feel like I'm confident enough to deliver something to somebody for money. Like, I don't trust myself with that yet." And people got so mad at me, basically saying like, he's taking away potential, like how dare someone ask if they could commission this non-artist? And I was like, motherfucker, I'm not taking commissions. Like, why are you getting mad at me for it?
People got really mad at popular blogs for like taking away quote unquote from like the smaller ones. The big blogs versus small blogs thing was really and it's on Twitter now too, where like, you know, big Twitters versus small Twitters or whatever. It's like a brain problem for sure. And like the big blogs, so like I never really took Tumblr all that seriously. Like it's actually kind of funny because Tumblr is still my most followed social media platform. I never use it, but it's my most followed social media platform, and I never took it seriously at all. I know a lot of drama for a platform that returned zero income for being Tumblr famous. Yeah, it's really funny how seriously some people took being Tumblr famous. I know some, not personally, but I know of some really large Tumblr users who got really big and then sent photos of themselves in compromising positions to people they should not have been sending themselves in compromising positions to. Yeah, that was unfortunately a very common theme in Tumblr culture. People got blown up for that, rightfully so. So yeah, it was a lot of well, let's just say that the ability to, well, because they added later on in Tumblr's life, they added a messenger system, which I didn't know about. Yes.
Yeah,
they did.
Yeah, which I think was also a bad idea. But yeah, it was just a huge mess. Oh yeah. But yeah, it was just like there were so many people active on Tumblr, and so many like large blogs that I didn't even know existed, and they were like, "Oh yeah, this guy, yeah, everybody knows that guy." And I'm like, I don't know the fuck. I
don't know who he is.
I don't know who that guy is. Like, who is this guy? Yeah.
I wonder what really happened with the Tumblr famous people, because I think like back in the day, like maybe they could have like, I don't know, sold merch or something to capitalize off of it. Maybe I don't know if there was ever an avenue. There were Twitter accounts that would get bought up by people. People would like try to become the next Twitter funny person, and then get their account bought up by like a company for them to start using it or whatever. But Tumblr never had that. You literally just got paid in attention.
Yeah, paid exposure. It's true. I did the t-shirt campaign, and people got mad at me for that. And then one person didn't get the, well, okay, it was more like, I think 10 people didn't get their shirts out of 500 or something like that. And I refunded the people that didn't get them because I only ordered the like exact amount that I needed. It turns out that one of the people who backed the t-shirt campaign gave me the wrong email. And they made a post, like a call-out post, like, Octopimp didn't send me my shirt and took my money and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I messaged them and I was like, is this your email? They're like, no, oops, I'm sorry, I sent you the wrong email. You've been emailing the wrong email. And then they like made an edit where they were like, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. But by that point, it didn't matter because everybody saw the original post.
Why didn't they just talk to you? That's crazy. That happened a lot too. Yeah, somebody you just like would get like some kind of misinformation, and then suddenly it's a huge fucking problem.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hey, what's up, Cherno? How's it going?
That's what happens when you get like a bunch of introvert nerds together on a website. They don't want to talk to each other.
It's true. Nobody wants to communicate. They just want to make a big post that gets a lot of attention and then not have to interact with the consequences of it. Octocoin is not a rug pull. You should invest in Octocoin right now. To invest in Octocoin, you send me $6. The end.
Oh, I
That's it.
remember the mini invasion, and oh my god, do you remember
Oh,
when they would draw websites as people?
Yes, the personified websites.
Yes. There was like a 4chan man and a Tumblr Sean, and they would ship them together. Oh my fucking god! So much art of that happened, and like there would be like Google Plus man.
Yes, Google Plus. Oh god, that should tell you when Tumblr was popular. Google
a tier 1
Plus.
sub to Octocoin.
So thanks for
They
giving
have
that sub
given
to Octocoin. I appreciate that.
4,327
Thank you.
gift subs in the channel.
Yeah. Oh god, Google Plus. Yeah, that's crazy. No, there were
Google
so,
Plus.
yeah.
There was like We Heart It, Google Plus.
Yeah.
Pinterest was big back then.
Yeah.
There were a whole bunch. There was, what was that? There was like the alternate Reddit, like Dig It or something like that.
Dig, yes, with 2 G's.
Dig,
yeah.
All of those, every single one of them would have a little person.
Anonymous, thank you for the
I
666.
don't
I
remember Tumblr
appreciate
University.
that.
What is Tumblr University?
I don't know Tumblr University.
I remember a lot of I remember something similar, I guess. Well, maybe not similar, but do you remember the blog Sixpence?
Oh, that's so familiar. What was it about?
So Sixpence made a lot of popular posts. If you've ever like craved that mineral, do you remember the goats?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
They craved that mineral.
She made that post. But also, it got exposed that her family. Well, she made a post talking about her family's slave.
Oh my god, that was her?
Yes! Yes! And she was like, no, actually, our slave is really well taken care of. Thank you. Everyone has a slave here.
I did not know that was her.
But she opened up. No, it gets worse. She opened up. I forget what country she came from, but yeah, so they had like a live-in like maid person, and she was like making posts. It was a child though. It was a child maid. That's what was like the big problem, is that it was a kid.
What?
That was like cleaning her house. but then she got like really popular. Even past that point, she got really popular because she would post like little horror things and little like meme posts and whatever. But then she thought it was a good idea to open up Tumblr Heals, which was a service in which you would send her $30.
30 American dollars?
30 American dollars. I think it was on a monthly basis. And you would send your problems in like an ask post after you sent the $30, and she would make a Tumblr post for you going over your problems and giving you solutions like a therapist.
Oh my god.
It was crazy. She kept doing stuff like that too. I don't know what her problem was. Absolutely infamous. Oh my god, no. I just thought of another. Do you remember the $8,000 buy my silence?
Yeah, buy my
woman?
silence permanently. I use that as a reaction image all the time.
Yes!
For $8,000, I will stop.
I believe that blog was communismkills.tumblr.com.
Okay.
And she was always getting into stuff. She
Yeah.
was constantly fighting with people.
Yeah.
God, what was it? I think she was like a very conservative gun nut person
Okay.
on Tumblr. So of course everyone just hated her for that, right?
Yeah, that was
So
why
she
she was like, buy my silence for $8,000, I will stop.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes, because people would keep on like reblogging her posts and like fighting with her and stuff. So yeah,
Mhm.
the $8,000 buy my silence is iconic. The amount of like Tumblr posts that just became like part of my like lexicon, the language, the stuff that would come out of there is crazy.
Listen here, cum slut. Yeah, that's such a good. Yeah. So for those that don't know what that's about, there was a screenshot from the movie Jack and Jill. Hold on, bird chocolate fountain. Yeah, here we go. And somebody was like, "That bird is gonna die." Like, that much chocolate can't be good for a bird. People thought this was a real bird.
Yes! People thought it was real!
They thought this was a real bird. And there's a post that starts with like, listen here, cum slut. You don't own a bird. Or what is it? I'll bet $10,000 you don't own a bird. I own 7.
Bitch, that's the Tubby Custard Machine classic. The
Yeah.
infinite chocolate that everyone believed.
Yeah, yeah.
Again, another case of Tumblr just believing something. Just, like someone just posted a gif of like, oh, if you cut a chocolate this way and move it around, it's infinite chocolate. And
Yeah,
was
I
like,
found
wow.
it. I found it here. Hold on. Yeah, it was this image. I think it's like this exact image.
Yes,
Yeah.
And people are like, wow, I can't believe that chocolate is infinite and all of the laws of the universe are broken. Like,
Yeah.
you're so stupid.
Yes, like think about it for 2 seconds. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. There was a lot of this. And then one of the things that I thought was kind of funny was when people would like use the reblogging to like do something to the image above it, or like link an image where like the post would interact with the post above or below it. That was kind of fun.
Oh,
But
yeah.
yeah. Bitch, that's the Tubby Custard Machine. I don't think I know that one. Hold on.
I have a whole here. I'm just gonna link this in chat. This is the World Heritage Posts blog. You might need to be signed in to put it. I guess I got timed out.
Oh,
Never
sorry. Yeah,
mind.
you just put it in Discord. Oh,
Whoopsie.
here.
Yeah,
Hold on. I'm
here.
to you.
Whoops. Oh well. You can.
This user is
to
banned in
people.
this channel. You must unban this user. Oops. Hold on.
I'm so used to links being allowed in my chat because I just don't care.
Sure.
Sorry.
1 second.
Like basically every classic Tumblr post, the
Daredevil.
Pharaoh's
Silfar 144 gifted
Scarmophagus
3
post,
months
my
of
Yeah.
favorite
one to
Tumblr post
Sassy
of all
Hime.
time, is on
They've
here.
gifted
Just like
4,330
a whole
months in the
tag
channel.
full of all of it. It's so beautiful. It's
This
so
is
wonderful.
so good. What the fudge changed fuzzers to meaners? I will kiss the popsicle, don't tickle me jamboree. I forgot. Yeah, this is where you could just edit the... Yeah, this is so good.
The pocket Michael Jackson. You'll need to get the fries. You'll need the energy in the coming days. That's on here.
Oh my god.
Oh, the Hamilton AU. Oh my god, you have to have seen this picture here. I'm just.
Oh,
gonna
is it
send
is
to
it
you. It's the I
Miku-
met God.
God, she's black. Yes. This is an all-timer. This is like maybe one of the greatest pictures to ever come out of
Images,
Tumblr.
yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely iconic.
Thomas Jefferson. I've said that somebody should cosplay this. I think this would be fucking. This would go
absolutely.
hard as a cosplay. The Miku
Because
binder.
Yeah, the Miku binder, the bandana, like a 70s bandana for some reason.
Yeah, I met God. She's
And-
black.
And the best part about cosplaying this is like only the oldest motherfuckers are gonna know.
It's true.
who you
You
are.
got you will, and you but the people who recognize you will freak the fuck out. Yeah, it's true. Also, I feel like the Markiplier Metro Man started on Tumblr as well, where people were like doing a bunch of Megamind stuff and making Metro Man look like Markiplier. That was like a big thing.
I've seen that one.
So there was like a big thing going on where hold on, Metro Man from Megamind, people would just say like he looks like Markiplier, and then they would like subtly Photoshop him to look more and more, but then they would like put Markiplier's face on Metro Man. Hold on, here we go. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, I remember like this was a big thing.
He looks so natural.
It does. It like you can't tell. You can't tell that it's changed at all. That was a really funny one. Yeah, I remember like Megamind had like its own little thing on Tumblr as well. Yeah, then there's the whole like Tumblr sexy man vibe.
Yes.
You've got
yeah. Huge. Grimmy did a whole stream on Tumblr sexy men.
Did she
and,
really?
Yes.
Oh, I had no
yeah,
idea.
wait, this was like a year or two ago. I can't remember, but it was like she had to teach people about it, which was eye-opening to me that people don't know this. That they just don't know the Tumblr sexy men anymore.
Yeah.
They don't know about Bill Cipher.
Yeah.
They don't know about the Onceler.
The Onceler. So you guys have to understand what the Onceler did to an entire subsection of people. Let me pull up a picture of who I'm talking about, okay? Just in case you're wondering, it's this guy. You might think the Onceler, is that like a code name for someone? No, it's the Onceler from the movie The Lorax. I don't know why, but people gravitated towards this guy like flies to a fucking...
They did it to all the nerdy, weird-looking men.
Yes.
Collins, Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yes.
Yeah, they just loved them all for some reason. They got obsessed.
I remember there were so many Ask blogs where it was like, ask the Onceler, ask the Onceler's hat, ask the Onceler's guitar. It was like so much.
The Onceler AUs where there'd be like, this is the Greedler, this is
the
the Blueler.
And now we have the Rizzler. Now look where we are.
Yeah. The natural evolution.
Oh my god. When Rise of the Guardians dropped.
Oh my god. Rise of the Brave Tangled Guardians was insane.
Okay, Jack Frost. The Jack Frost renders on Tumblr was like Tsar Bomba going off. It was unbelievable. People lost their mind. For such a mid-movie, that character got traction that you never would have thought. Oh, Constable Frozen, yeah.
Constable Frozen made like the best edits.
Yeah.
The weirdest, craziest edits too. She's like still making them.
Yeah.
She's still on there, I think.
For those that don't know what Jack Frost from Rise of the Guardians looks like, it's this, and now you see him, and his grippers were out. Damn, that's crazy.
Well, that explains it.
That makes sense. I get it now. Yeah, this like showing this
for free.
Yeah, showing this character to a bunch of 16 to 23-year-old girls. They went cyber psycho. Sorry,
especially because Frozen was also around during the time. They're like, two ice people. Well, now we can make them a rare pair.
Yeah, now we can make them fuck.
Together.
Yeah.
It was, and they would make those for everything. Like, after Super Hulock, they were like, oh, we have to join our fandoms together in one mighty group. So, you had, like, Rise of the Brave Tangled Dragons, and then all kinds of little, like, enclaves. And they would just, like, make little picture edits. They would make alt girl edits of the Disney characters.
Oh yeah.
To make them like emo and stuff.
Yeah. Rise is a good movie. Fight Me. I've honestly never seen it. I've only heard that it's kind of mid, so I can't really weigh in, but it looked kind of just like 2010s young adult animated movie kind of stuff. So, I don't know, maybe I'm talking out of my ass. But there were some really great edits on Tumblr around that time, like Constable Frozen, as we mentioned, who's still going, and End of Pizza, or what is it? End of Pizza Gellion. I don't know if you've ever seen that one.
And I've seen where they made Clarence, where they put Clarence into Evangelion.
I haven't seen that one. But
let me see if I can get that one. I'm gonna look at the Pizza Gellion thing though.
Yeah, sorry, Neon Genesis Even Pizza. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. Neon Genesis Even Pizza. It was a blog where they would just edit pizza onto Evangelion for some reason. I don't know why they would do this. It's sort of a Constable Frozen type thing, like this.
Oh, you know what? I think I have seen that as somebody's like banner or something.
Yeah,
at some point.
they do a lot of this kind of stuff. Why is the Tumblr hole so deep? Brother, you have no
because
idea.
there's like over a decade of people posting.
Yeah, it's a decade. And here's the thing: everyone on there was like terminally online. Like I would say most people were. Like
There were
all they did
people
was
in
post.
my like group, like in the people that I like talked to on there, that would scroll through their entire Tumblr feed every day until they reached the post that they last saw the night before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true.
It was that bad.
Yeah. Yeah, they would just scroll and scroll and scroll. It is an abyss. So one thing that I never knew about at all, I never had any knowledge of it at all. I never knew about it. But I can only imagine that there was a crazy fandom and circle for it on Tumblr is Warrior Cats. I can only believe.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, that there's like some
on YouTube there is. Have you
Really?
seen the YouTube? Yeah.
No.
You haven't seen the YouTube Warrior Cats AMV? Oh, holy.
No, there's AMVs for Warrior Cats?
Yeah. Yes. There
surprised
are lots of little animated things on there. Oh man. I'm
But
trying to think of like some famous ones, but see here. Let me here. This is 10 years old. That's pretty good. That's Tumblr era. I'm sure that this was posted.
I just saw the Clarence
The
Evangelion
Clarence,
thing.
yes, that was a whole thing, and I'm pretty sure that people that I think that people that worked on the show had something to do with it, and there were so many edits of these of Clarence characters and Evangelion situations, like from scenes from the show.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you remember that ridiculously photogenic guy era where he was a photo of some guy competing in a race?
Oh
I
my
remember
God,
that guy.
yes.
Yes.
Anyone and anything could become a meme on Tumblr.
Yeah.
That
Hold on, photogenic. Yes, here he is. Oh my God, I forgot about this guy.
Oh, Alex from Target. Yeah.
Yes, here he is. The photogenic guy competing in the race. Alex from Target.
He is photogenic. Alex from Target, I'm pretty sure, like, got phone calls from people and stuff. That was, like, kind of scary and crazy.
Oh!
The Coke Monkey from IKEA!
I forgot about this. Oh my God. Coat Monkey? Oh, Coat Monkey! Yes!
Yeah, Coat Monkey!
I forgot.
He looks
Yes!
so good.
This was a great one. I know so many people that had this as their, like, user icon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh my God.
He's so fashionable.
He is! It's me. He's just like me for real!
He looks so good.
Yeah. That guy was a meme for like a week. Here's the thing. Memes today are around for maybe 3 or 4 days. Maximum. And then they're old news.
Yeah.
Back then, they could be around for a month.
Yeah, the attention span has gotten way lower.
It's true. Yeah. Analytical means nothing in Tumblr. Either the fates choose your one-off post or not. It felt very fickle about what could explode on Tumblr or not.
And you'd have the Tumblr funny men making like multiple posts a day.
It's true.
Waiting for one of them to go off.
Yeah, they just be throwing stuff at a wall and seeing what sticks. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think okay, hold on. I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat for a second. I think Vine might have had something to do with that. Because Vine...
Oh, I forgot Vine was around, yeah.
Vine. So people were posting Vines on Tumblr, right? Because it was like, think about it. It was like the first time that... Because Tumblr, you had to, like, watch a video or listen to an audio post or read something. But Vine was like, 6 seconds, here's your joke, right? And so that sort of kicked off this, like, ooh, faster, yeah, faster, more content, more, right? And so those were getting posted to Tumblr, and then people would reblog them, and then people would see them. And so it was like encouraging this really short form content. So I think that's also why people started to gravitate more towards Twitter. Because remember, on Tumblr, you could make these huge long posts. There was no character.
Yes, you could just make an essay.
Yeah, there was a character limit, but it was something ridiculous. Like, it was something insanely long. You would not hit it unless you really tried. And so, Twitter, because of its character limit, forced you to pare down everything. So it's that, like, long form versus short form content stuff. Do you like the color of the sky? I don't know that one.
Oh no, I hated that fucking post. That was one of those posts that went on for miles.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
Like, it was... I got legitimately mad when people would put that shit on my dash.
Oh,
like, please stop.
yeah. I remember this. Yeah, and it was, like, super tall. Oh, God. Yeah. And you would just keep scrolling and keep scrolling and keep scrolling and keep scrolling. Yeah. Oh, God. Well, it was one of the problems with the way that Tumblr was formatted, right? And you could just post stuff like that, and there was nothing stopping you. Everything stayed short, but couldn't you, like, unroll posts or something? I can't remember.
Yeah, you could hide things under a spoiler, and then if you clicked the spoiler, it would open up the rest of the post.
Yeah, I remember that now. Yes. The watermelon variety meme post. Yeah, see, like, it was such a interesting time to be involved in that space, right? Because, like, I wasn't really active on Tumblr. I kind of was, but not really. Or on Twitter. I kind of was, but not really. Like, I was mostly doing stuff on Tumblr. But then I'm going to be honest, once they banned porn, I was kind of like, meh.
Oh, yeah.
I'm out of here, peace. But, it's just so interesting to look back at all these things and all these experiences that people had. What else did I have on the list? Hold on. There was like a best Tumblr scandals post that I found. Oh, we didn't talk about All or Nothing, but it's kind of similar to Miss Officer and Mr. Truffles. It was an idea for, wasn't it like an outgoing ace person and an introverted pan person?
Yeah, and the conceit was that they lived together as roommates, and it was like their escapades in life or whatever. And they did it. They made like some art or something like that. I remember there's like an Adventure Time like noodle arm looking art. I can see it in my head.
Yeah.
I can find it. But they were like, oh, again, everyone was like, oh, this needs to be a show, and
And they did an Indiegogo. That's what it was.
Yes, and I remember, from what I remember of what happened, I believe they got like $6,000.
Yeah.
Instead of any of that being put towards the show or whatever, that all went to one person in the friend group. It was a group of friends. I remember it was a group of friends I was doing. It went to one person to like pay off their personal debts, and then somebody else in the group was like, "Yeah, this is never being made, and your money is never coming back, and you probably should have expected this anyway."
Yeah. The big one. Okay, so hold on. Back to HIV living for a second. The thing that is I remembered about this that we didn't touch on is the medical Kickstarter, right? That was totally bogus. They said like, sorry, I'm gonna give back the money, and then they just didn't. They didn't give the money back. They just kept it.
None of them did. None of the people did. That's why people got really against like Indiegogo. Yeah, that's the one where you keep the money even if you don't. And GoFundMe too. Even if your goal isn't met, you keep the money.
Yeah, you can do
people
flex
were
funding.
Really against those, especially. Even though with Kickstarter, there were multiple scams on Kickstarter.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, same with OG DashCon. No one ever got refunds. Yeah, it's true. Let's see. Cole Sprouse's social experiment? What is this? Uh,
I remember the aftermath of that, but I don't remember what he was posting.
yeah, I'm seeing. Okay, so here's the child slavery one. Constable Frozen, Cybersmith. What is this? Oh, this is the human pet guy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Pet Guy's still around.
Yeah.
Pet Guy's on Twitter. I see him sometimes.
Wait, really?
Yes, he's on Twitter. I see him commenting on stuff sometimes.
No,
Along with the Wonder Bread guy. They're both there.
Oh,
They
the
both-
Wonder Bread guy? Well, the Wonder Bread guy is that's DeviantArt, right? But people
Yes.
I found out about him on Tumblr. For those that don't know, I don't know if he's still commissioning people, but he'll commission
I think he uses AI now.
Oh,
Because he doesn't have to spend money. Yeah.
boo!
Yeah, it sucks. I know.
Boo! There was a guy who would commission artists on DeviantArt to draw rich white women overpaying for Wonder Bread and also ruining the environment.
Yeah, deforestation especially,
yeah.
like chopping down trees, a whole
Mhm.
forest with an axe.
Yeah.
I talked to him in private one time. I was like, so he was asking for commissions, and I wanted to ask him like what the like his like why he wanted these things, right? So
Mhm.
I talked to him in private one time, and basically he said that he was like super into the dichotomy between a very traditional, like, loving housewife person, but also the meanness of like a spoiled rich white woman, and the artificiality of like Wonder Bread, and like the like the environmental ruin and all of that colliding together. And that's like his big thing.
Interesting.
It's-
Okay.
Yeah, it's like the I don't know, it's like the forces colliding.
Oh, so they're Banksy? Shut up. I'm Banky. Am I going to DashCon 2? I mean, I think I have to. That's insane. I can't believe you actually talk to that guy. That's wild.
Yeah, he ended up not like I ended up like not getting it, like, you know, working with him, but
Sure,
it was
yeah.
interesting to talk with him for a second.
Yeah,
And now
Mm-hmm.
and now he's just like talking to like Wang under his, you know, Wang, the YouTube creator, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just talking to Wang underneath his fucking post sometimes.
Crazy. Insane. Bros kink is way too deep. I'm over here with glasses are cute. Guess I need to step up my game. Yeah, you really gotta think
everyone on DeviantArt. They
Yeah.
have like all those niche stuff. Oh my god, yeah. Needle was watching one of them last night with the fucking blueberry, dancing inflated blueberry
it. What?
woman. Yeah.
That's
There's this YouTube
crazy.
channel where this girl goes out to her college campus and a
Uh-huh.
blueberry inflatable student dances
Okay.
and uploads it as fetish content.
There was okay, so you're like unlocking some memories for me from things that I've seen reblogged. I remember this video that came across my dash, and it was this guy in a, you know how some people have like the inflatable fetish where it's like they wear the latex suit and then they fill it with air. Have you ever seen that before?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
There was a guy who he had a Batman one. And it was like, first of all, that's a little weird. I guess I kind of understand it, but it was like a Batman one, right? And so he fills it up and he's like waddling around and it's very funny. But then the ass bursts open and it might be the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Because it just goes, boom, and just like all the air comes out. And I was losing my mind. It was so funny. I felt bad because it was probably pretty expensive, but there's something about this like Batman waddling around and then all of a sudden the ass just bursts open. It's very funny.
That is amazing.
Yeah. What about do you know about since you were in the Danganronpa stuff, do you know about the Komeda Kin finger, chopping off the finger?
No, but I do remember the Junko Inoshima-kin legitimately accidentally murdering someone because they were playing with guns. That I remember. That yeah.
What?
Yeah. A bunch of Danganronpa-kins were together. I don't remember if it was at a con or what. And they were playing around with guns, and the Junko Inoshima one ended up killing one of the other ones because they were fucking, like, you know, just like tossing it around, spinning it, fucking around with it.
Fucking Revolver Ocelot style? Like, that's crazy.
But the finger is like,
thank you, Deathblaze,
the
for the
finger
26
is
months.
vaguely
Thank
there.
you. An entire incident earlier in Discord where Komeda-kin made an audio of them cutting their finger off and supposedly vomiting. They had to go to the hospital. Hold on. But apparently they, like, didn't actually. It was like a prank? I don't know what's going on here. The kins are out in full force. What else was there? Oh, there was another one I looked up. Medicine switching murder? I don't know that one.
I believe that one was. Oh, there's. Someone has the audio post of the Komeda-kin cutting his finger off and vomiting. That's good. I'm glad that was saved.
Great. I'm glad that that's still out there on the internet.
Oh,
I don't miss
okay,
other
hold on.
kin culture. I got bad
Oh,
news. You're gonna
no.
want to sit down for this one. They're still there. It's still out there.
They're still going. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
still going strong.
Yeah.
What is the medicine switch thing?
I don't know. It just says medicine switching murder, but oh, you need to.
Is
hold on, I
it
need
one
to
of the
look.
ones that doesn't? Oh, you have to log in. Okay.
You have to log in.
If you give it to me, I can do it.
Yeah, here you
I
go.
have a new one.
Oh god, I'd have to like figure out my old log. Here's the post.
Okay, let me see.
It's medicine switching murder.
Okay.
Mod Silver, that's on there. Unlicensed. Oh, here's the unlicensed therapy.
That one, yeah, that one's gone though. That link doesn't lead anywhere.
Oh, it doesn't
Hold on.
lead anywhere. Damn it. Wait, what's the
Medicine
toe necklace?
switching. Oh my god, you haven't seen. Oh no.
What?
So there was like a community of embalming, I think, body parts. Like, you know, there's all kinds of those morbid types of things, right?
Yeah.
Apparently somebody had their toe like amputated, or like something happened, like an accident or something, and you could just, there was just this person you could send it to who would embalm it and put it like in a solution for you and attach it to jewelry for you.
Okay.
Here we go. So there's a picture of it on the link, in the link. If you
I don't
click
know if
on
I
it,
could
on
show
the
that
post.
on stream, but
I
people
don't
out
know
there,
either,
if you
but
want to
that's-
see,
oof.
yeah.
You can see like the fat on it and stuff. So they're gonna,
Ugh.
yeah, yucky. So I love that the Tumblr user's name is Cummy Eyelids too.
Oh man.
And then Royally Oily is the one that bought it. Literally brought tears to my eyes. I'm so grateful and excited. Not only do I trust your artistic expertise, but I feel my body part could not be in more capable hands. I know you'll respect and care for my little piggy.
Please don't call it that. That's crazy. Wait, okay. I have a question for you, a philosophical question for you, Cece.
Uh-huh.
If you could ethically eat human meat, would you?
I've answered this multiple times before, actually, which is kind of a weird sentence to say, but no, because I would be afraid that, like, the Always Sunny... Have you seen the episode of Always Sunny?
Yes.
Where
yes.
they... Like that situation where it's really, really delicious, and I know that I'll never get to taste it again, so I'll just, like...
Yeah. You don't
It'll
want
be, like, the best thing that I ever had, and I'll be like, well, that kind of sucks, because
Yeah.
how am I gonna get it now?
Yeah, you will never get it. You'll never be able to taste the forbidden fruit ever again. Yeah, no. See, listen, I would not do it because I heard that there's like weird health stuff that can happen if you eat human meat. Of course, this is hypothetical, so whatever.
Yeah, the prions.
Yeah, the
stuff.
prions.
But to be fair, I believe that's only if you eat human brains.
Oh, okay. But how
I
else do
think
you
with-
absorb
I
their
think with,
knowledge?
Exactly, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's actually I believe an island culture where I think, what was it, Kudu? Kudu. They ate their dead,
Oh.
and they would end up getting what they called the laughing disease, and it was a prion disease. So they basically, the 4 people of Papua New Guinea, that's what it is. Yeah. So that was a whole like documented event. I think that's like the most documented like prion disease thing in humans.
Damn. Yeah, I actually had no idea about that.
But yeah, that stuff is scary. So maybe I would take another second, a second to think about it, just for that reason alone. Not even like it could be yummy.
Yeah, it might be too yummy, or I could die. You know, one or the other. Yeah. There's also cultures where elderly will eat people because the long-term health stuff won't affect them. Damn, I guess if you're like 85 and you're like, man, I've lived a good life.
That's kind of what old people do, like, anyway, in the nursing homes, right? Like, you know that nursing homes have the highest rate of STDs, like, anywhere in the country,
yeah, because they
right?
just be sucking and fucking. They're just they're bouncing on it crazy style.
anymore.
Yeah, they're bouncing on it crazy style. Listen, I will say this. When I'm in the nursing home, I'm still going to be streaming. I'm still gonna be streaming from the nursing home.
You're
I'm gonna have my
streaming, and
setup.
the people in the other room, or the bed's gonna be creaking.
Yeah, they're gonna be fucking. Sorry, guys, my neighbor is just. I'm gonna bang on the wall. Guys, keep it down. I'm playing the 80th anniversary of Skyrim. Please. Yeah, and then I'm also gonna be playing. I'm gonna bring so many Magic the Gathering decks, and we're gonna be going crazy style on the new releases. It's gonna be no sex for me. But video games and Magic in the retirement home? No, yeah.
Sex? No, thank you.
No,
I would rather
thank
be
you.
playing Magic the Gathering.
I actually prefer to be playing Commander right now. If we want to get like a pod going, I think that would be really fun. Yeah, no, it's hitting the Potemkin Buster while your room neighbor busts a load. Listen, I'm not gonna shame them. I get it, right? If the old people want to be fucking, then go for it, man. But it's all what you want to do. I'm with the science team. So I wanted to ask you actually, I was curious, juxtaposing social media now with Tumblr. It's interesting to look at how certain memes exploded back then versus how they exploded now. I think there's certain events that happen on like Tumblr or other social media platforms that would the reaction would be very different if it was on like Tumblr. And I think that's really interesting to look at, right? Like how some people got popular or how some posts blew up. And I think it's interesting to look at the difference between how posts went viral then versus now. And I think a lot of it back then was more interaction. You know what I mean? Like people were interacting with the post rather than just liking it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, they were adding on to it.
Yes. It was a lot more adding on to the post rather than, oh man, oh God. Sorry, I'm thinking about cringe posts and that reminded me. Do you remember like, this is what a feminist looks like? And it was just like dudes like in the mirror flexing or whatever. Yes! Oh,
and there would be,
man.
Again, that would be one of the mile-long posts.
Yes!
That scroll by.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like, I'm a black belt and also served in the army and I'm a feminist, so if you want to tell a woman to go into the kitchen, you're going to have to go through me. And it's like, brother, shut the fuck up. Like, what are you talking about?
The Tumblr tough guys thing was really funny,
Oh, God, yeah. That was insane. It was one of two ways. It was the Tumblr tough guy or the skinny bow tie wearing...
Oh my God, like vest, yeah.
Yeah, with the vest,
Nerd.
super skinny, and both of them were sex pests, which is the funniest part.
Yes!
Both of them were. Yeah. Sorry for being born a man. Block this overhead.
English teacher. Oh my God, I remember that one too.
I don't remember that
the
one.
English teacher low-key. I think that was another picture post where people were posting themselves dressed up like the like little teachers or whatever.
English
like
teacher low-key Tumblr.
Yes. Oh, it is. Yes. These people are posting themselves in their little fucking like sweater
Oh
vests or whatever.
God,
Oh, my
yeah, yeah.
People really,
Oh.
really like to attach their face to the cringiest stuff.
Yeah, it's true.
Tumblr.
Yeah, that's true. Oh my God. Oh, I'm getting scared. Ooh, this gives me the ick. Ooh, this post gives me the crazy ick. Yeah, no, there's
But yeah, I agree. There's lots of stuff like that goes viral now that I don't think Tumblr would like. Tumblr was kind of very anti-monetization, just like the old internet used to be.
It's
Where, like,
true.
if you were making fandom stuff, if you were making, you know, like videos and all this other stuff, monetizing that was seen as like very greedy and like trying to like take advantage of people, or like not even that sometimes, but trying to like take money away from the original creator, like
Yeah.
the person, like Andrew Hussey or whatever,
Yeah.
you know, like that's money that could be going to him.
Yeah.
How dare you? Stuff like that. Whereas now everyone is using social media to make money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true. Well, I mean, there's literally a South Park episode about like all those viral videos and like, I'm here for my free internet money, and it's like, well, yeah, now that exists. But it's funny too, because when I did the shirts, people would give me shit because they're like, how dare you monetize something? And like, I didn't put any Homestuck characters on any of the shirts. I didn't even make anything with like the characters that I voiced. It was just like me. And it was like, hey, if you want to buy merch to support me doing my thing, you can do that. But everyone was like, why would we ever buy merch of a creator? And then now here we are in 2025 where it's like, hey guys, like,
yeah, you're just an internet person. Why would
Yeah.
we ever like buy a shirt from you or whatever? Yeah.
There were so many reblogs of that post when I made that tweet that was like, hey, I hired a bunch of my friends and paid them to draw designs, so you have a bunch of different options if you want to buy. And they're like, how dare you market yourself? How dare you sell your own image? Like, why would we ever want to buy that? And I'm just like,
But that's why those Tumblr famous people never got any money from it. Imagine
Mhm.
what they could have done if that wasn't the like, you know, way of thinking back then.
yeah, no shirt for
Yeah.
you, just the plushie. I did sell my little octopus guy as a plushie. Have you ever done like a little CC plushie?
I'm talking with somebody about it right now.
You
Hopefully
should.
It ends up going through.
You're,
yeah.
I mean this in the most complimentary way possible. You're very marketable. You're
You're very marketable.
You're
You sold
very-
yourself.
Oh God, I hope nobody turns me into a marketable plushie. No. Oh wait, this isn't so bad. This isn't so bad. No, it's very cute. Didn't you have a merch drop recently? You go ahead, plug your
I
your
did,
stuff,
yeah. I had here. I'm gonna link you the Russian Kremlin's. Someone asked about Tumblr psyops. They were literally Russian spies on Tumblr.
Oh
Like,
yes,
Russian
yes.
paid spy blogs.
Yeah.
I linked you the TechCrunch article on that. Maybe it'll.
Yeah,
talk
Kremlin
about it
trolls
a
were
little.
active on its platform. Tumblr has confirmed that Kremlin trolls were active on its platform during the 2016 U.S. presidential elections. That's insane. That's crazy. But, like,
And
also,
you know
I
what
believe
the
it.
best part is?
What?
You know what the best part is?
Hmm.
They were very good at being Tumblr blogs. They had like gay porn and everything on
Yeah.
on those blogs. You would.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Here's a list. Here's one that was confirmed. Here's a list of the pseudonyms that they used. Skull of Justice, previously known as Naughty Kermit, previously known as U.S. National Debt.
Oh, that's a banger URL.
That's a
Holy
great
shit.
username.
They should
Holy.
have kept that. Why would they ever?
These are crazy. Okay, some of these are like kind of obviously fake, but those are great. Those are great usernames.
That one knew. That one
Yeah.
was actually a Tumblr user before they joined the Russian army or
Yeah,
whatever.
understood the assignment 100%. Palace of Minimal Things. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get that. No, it was that's nuts though. I did know Naughty with an N or a K. Naughty with a N. Oh, Naughty with a K. Ken Naughty Kermit? That would go insane.
That would be really good.
Wait.
Missed opportunity there.
Naughty Kermit? Wait, that would be kind
Is
of
that
crazy.
URL open?
Hold
Maybe we
on,
can
wait a
squat
minute.
on it.
Yeah, I'm squatting that one if that one's not taken.
Do you remember Tumblr URL hoarding and trading?
Yes, yes. People would.
I want chat to know that people paid real life money to buy Tumblr URLs, and
It's
I'm
true.
talking like hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, it's
for
true.
like 3
Tens of
Tumblr
dollars.
URLs.
Yeah.
Canon URLs were very popular of
Yep.
like fandoms. Pokemon names. Pokemon names was like the most sought after, and the people that would cause like the most drama.
Really?
Like the hoarding and trading URLs. Yes.
So
yes.
if you had like Pikachu.tumblr.com, like you were
You were
basically
like
sitting on a gold
instantly
mine?
famous. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Yeah. And like you could sell a Pokemon URL for just about fucking anything. People would as long as it wasn't like some like a Pokemon that no one knew about, you know what I mean?
right.
Yeah.
Pokemon RP was wild. I can only imagine how crazy that shit went. Yeah, there's like, I mean, like I said, I was never really involved in the RP community, but everything I and like, which is wild, because so many people would ask me like, "Do you RP Homestuck?" I'm like, "Fuck no." No, no, I don't. And so many people would bother me and be like,
Excuse you, I only dub comics. I'm not that much of a nerd.
okay, well, relax, buddy. Like, I was doing it for fun. No phone, I'm not talking to you. I was not, like, I was just doing it for funsies. But people would literally try and not bully me, but, like, pressure me into RPing. Like, as a matter of fact, people would come into my chats when I would live stream and start, like, RPing as characters from Homestuck, and I'd be like, stop that. I had to put a rule. So back when I was streaming on livestream.com, which is where I would do my live streams before Twitch, people would come into the chat and, like, just start RPing with other people in the chat, and I had to put a no RP rule. I'd be like,
Oh.
please stop role-playing in my chat. Like, it's very distracting and annoying. Like, if you're gonna RP, take it to DMs. And people got really mad at me about that. They're like, but we want RP. And I'm like, then fucking RP on a place that's meant for that. I don't understand. I never understood that. But it's whatever.
People do that on like Twitter posts. People do that on Tumblr posts and stuff, like the Daddy Dom stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
You
God.
remember those?
Remember the GIF, or what is it? Like you
like
come
the
here now?
you,
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
he
wait.
has like the belt and stuff.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, wait. Hold on. Here now, GIF, Tumblr. Yes! Yes! Oh my god! This fucking GIF. It's so tiny. Oh, fuck. I hate this GIF so much. God, this was everywhere. I hate
it became like a meme. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember this. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Nuzzles your necky wecky. Ooh. Oh, yeah. All like the furry RP stuff. Yeah.
The one that I remember the most, the Daddy Dom stuff.
Yeah.
The Daddy Dom little girl stuff was super huge on Tumblr.
Why did I make her eat the poo-poo? Yeah.
Yes!
Yeah.
That one. But they would always be on like random posts.
Yes.
Like add to the post, and they would be like talking about it. This is the one I remember. This is the this is the one post I remember where she's like, haha, Daddy, you're right. I never have pockets, but that's why you have them. You're my pockets, Daddy.
Oh, fuck. Why is it on? Okay, hold on. So Cece read the text of that post, but the thing you have to understand is it's on a Monsters University post for some reason.
Yes, that's the thing, is that they would just take these innocuous, like, GIF posts or whatever, and they would just, like, start talking about their Daddy-Dom relationship.
Yes, like, why, like, no, like, it's a very, like, who the fuck starts a conversation like that kind of thing? It's like,
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is insane. The gift set of a cute moment from a Pixar movie, of an infant Mike Wazowski finding a small coin. This person torrented Monsters University when they loaded these frames into Photoshop. Oh, man. Man, Tumblr is something so unique. I'm freely pregnant. Okay, well, relax. That's different. I'm doing it. It's ironic. It's ironic when I do it. It's funny when I do it. It's funny. It's a joke when I do it. I mean it. No, but it's very like it's really interesting to see all sorts of. I mean, it's kind of like Twitter, but Twitter's different because the algorithm, right? So it shows you what you want to see, what it thinks you want to see, right?
Yeah.
But for this, it's different because it was like you never knew what someone was going to reblog. Like everything was very suddenly you get flashbanged by some post you never expected. Yeah, I mean, was there anything else like monumental that you wanted to touch on that you thought was worth discussing?
I don't know. We covered a lot of like the
really big ones.
Yeah.
Tumblr user extremely memorable for me, but it made me have my current mindset on fandoms. Mainly, I dislike how people act and treat shipping and how toxic and fun it is. People, I remember seeing people literally get in essentially shouting matches about shipping, about which characters they thought would be together, and it all was very silly to me because like it's all made up anyway. Like they're not real characters. So,
yeah, it's not
like,
that serious.
Yeah, it's not that serious. People took that shit so seriously, especially the one that I always was sort of seeing blow up on my dashboard was Avatar stuff. Like,
oh yeah,
oh, that was brutal. Oh my god, people were so mad. They would get so, oh god, Korra should be with this person, Korra should be with that person. Bro, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She's gonna end up with whoever the writers are gonna end up with. It's insane. It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, that Adventure Time was another big one.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I think Steven Universe had some of it.
Oh yeah, Steven Universe was also really big on Tumblr, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, the Zutaro and Katang wars were brutal. I had the same experience on DeviantArt way back with like Pokemon. Pokemon like Misty, Ash, the Ash girls, like that went really like they were vicious as well.
That I had no idea about at all. That's so interesting to me that they were still. Gravity Falls was also a big Tumblr one. Yeah, it's true. I have a friend who this year is getting into Gravity Falls. Just
That's
now.
Crazy.
Yes, like just now, which is wild to think about. Hasn't it been like 10 years since that show's been out? Something
it
like
has
that?
to be.
Yeah, more than that. Yeah, like they're just now starting to watch Gravity Falls, and I'm like, brother, 13 years ago. The show was 13 years ago.
I remember watching it when it was airing, like at the premieres of the episodes.
Me too.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was a race to see who could put the most GIFs on Tumblr. Yeah, it's actually insane. It's like actually crazy. Yeah, but no, the show is still solid. I mean, I liked the show, but it's like 13 years old now. It's pretty old. It's just the shipping, people take it so seriously, and they always have. That's always been part of fandoms, right? Is like wanting characters to be together. But it's just some people are, if you don't agree with their ship, they take it personally. And this is something I've talked about on stream many times, is a lot of people associate so heavily with a piece of media that if you criticize that piece of media, they take it as a personal attack.
Oh yeah. And they can't separate themselves.
Yes, yeah, they can't separate themselves from the media because they put so much of themselves into it. So they take it as a personal attack when you criticize that media, and it turns into a whole big mess because yeah, they're just hyper fixated on it, and it's a whole thing. Undertale, oh man, I mean, Undertale was its own.
Undertale was huge on Tumblr.
Yeah,
the AUs,
the
AUs for that were like crazy. There were like 50 of them.
I can't not think of that picture of the two Sanses with the "Come on,
The
we've
Tootsie
been
Roll.
good."
Yep.
Yeah, we've been good. That's all I can think of now.
That's the first thing I show people that like I when they start talking about Undertale, I ask about that, and if they've seen it, if they haven't, I send it to them just to curse them with that forever.
Yeah, yeah. Which is appropriate because Deltarune, the new chapters just came out today. So
yeah, everyone's playing it. I didn't play the first two. I was actually one of the first people to know about Undertale because I actually there was like a he did like a Kickstarter like demo thing of it that I downloaded way back. I think he did like a Kickstarter thing for it, and I downloaded like the demo or whatever. I was like, oh yeah, this is pretty cool. This is kind of neat. And then I immediately forgot about it until suddenly Undertale comes out and everybody's freaking out on Tumblr. I downloaded it. I'm like, hey, this is the same fucking game.
Yeah. I backed the Kickstarter of Undertale, so my name is in the credits. My full real ass name is in the credits. I'm not gonna bring up how I know Toby Fox. I'm not, because you specifically said it in chat, so I'm not gonna bring it up. I still remember when Dodger played Undertale. She was one of the first to stream it. Yeah, well, that's because I messaged Dodger and said, hey, you should check out this game that my friend just made. It came out today. And she said, cool. Stop saying my full name in chat. Stop it. Stop. Stop. It's kind of hard to, like, hide my real name because I've been online for so long. For, like, 15 years.
Yeah.
I've been online.
It would have been like useless for you to try to delete your Tumblr.
Yeah,
if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Don't bring up the video of you and Toby Fox going to McDonald's. We did not go to McDonald's. He was not in that video.
Did you ask for a Happy Meal toy? Did you ask for the rarity so that way you could play with your My Little Pony toys in the McDonald's restaurant?
I went to be cringe is to be free. To be cringe is to be free. I went and ordered in a Homestuck voice. I ordered chicken nuggets because there was a whole thing. Listen, you know what? Sometimes you just gotta own up to it. You just have to own up to it. You have to, you know what? You just gotta own up to it. You just gotta say, I know what I did. Lord, give me the strength to learn from my mistakes. Yeah. I was never in the My Little Pony fandom. I can safely say that I was never into My Little Pony. But
that's good. There's whole scandals with that. If you wanna know that.
Oh, I can believe it.
The Tumblr things were there. Can I link you a video that you can watch on stream?
Of course. What is it?
Okay, great. No, it's just a little. It's just some like. I don't know. I think it's funnier without the context, and then I'll tell you the context.
Okay.
Later. Give me 1 second to get it. Here we go. Don't read the title of it.
Okay, I won't. I'm covering it. I'm covering it with my face. I like your shoelaces. Was that the code word?
I thought, yes, that was the code word. Wait, was that Reddit? No, Reddit does the narwhal bacon at midnight. And yes, I like your shoelaces was the Tumblr code word.
Oh no, what is this?
Watch it. Please subject everyone to it. I subject everyone to this video and the brony coming out as a clopper video to people on the regular. It's essential for the My Little Pony Tumblr fandom discussion.
Oh no, what is this? Oh god. Okay, I'm stealing myself. If I can watch the rehearsal, I can watch this. If I can watch the rehearsal, I can watch this. Okay, hold on.
You're lucky I didn't link the McDonald's video. That's the worst one to get through.
Okay.
We all know about the great bronies here, right? Yeah. All right, but all right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what keeps happening up here. Somebody says closer, and the person goes, I want the mic bumping almost into your chin, okay? It's an antiseptic foam rubber, and you don't have to worry about catching anybody's cold.
All right, so anyway.
There we go.
We know about everyone here and how great the show is, right? Yeah. However, as most of us are aware, there's a darker side.
I can't. Okay, a minute. There's a minute left. There's a minute left.
We know
Don't worry, the best
pretty
is yet
well.
to come.
To Mrs. Oliver and Miss Libman.
Great.
All right, so I'm pretty sure you're aware of Princess Celestia being portrayed as a tyrant, an internet troll, and God forbid, a molester. And Pinkie Pie and Fluttershy on occasion.
No.
I'm canceling this
Yeah,
question.
so I'm going to let you know from where I stand, the darker side of the fandom is not part of what I will talk about. It's not part of what the show's about. If you choose to do that, it's your choice. It's not why we're here, not why I'm here anyway. So, my name is Nicole Oliver. I voice Princess Celestia. I voice...
Oh my
so
god, that's so bad. She's understanding.
Cheerleading,
Listen,
and I'm
I
really-
will say this. She tanked this like a
professional.
champion.
And I'm glad that it's helped a lot of people and you all have fun with it. We'll leave it at that.
She tanked that like a champion. Holy. Wow. Listen, I've had to deal with some awkward questions at live Q&As, but nothing that bad. Wow.
So, basically, the brony fandom on Tumblr was like a whole new breed of cringe, especially when it came to the Ask blogs. There were several grim, dark Ask blogs that I followed at the time. One of them was Ask Little Miss Rarity. Some people in chat might know that one. But there was also an Ask Princess Molestia, and it was an Ask blog that depicted Princess Celestia as like a very lewd molester type person, and it was very controversial.
What? Yeah,
in
you
the
think?
fandom.
You think? Oh my god.
I believe that the porn that came from like the brony side and also Steven Universe porn is what got people to be like, there needs to be a separate tag for like every fandom for the not safe for work stuff, because there was so much porn in both of those tags on Tumblr and so many Ask blogs that were like very pornographic in nature. So yeah, there was a lot of fighting with the Tumblr bronies. There was a lot of like cringe stuff like that happening. I'm pretty sure that Wuzo would know. I'm pretty sure that Princess Molestia got banned.
Yeah,
think.
I would assume so.
There's an archive of it still, I think, out there, but yeah, I don't think that the original is still up.
Very controversial, she said as easily as she breathed. What's up, guy with no coochie? Yeah, sorry, we're talking about insane Tumblr drama right now, and some of it gets...
The Rarity one was... Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say, some of it gets kind of insane.
Yeah, the Rarity one... I wanna tell you some of the plot of Little Miss Rarity.
Okay,
So
sure.
Little Miss Rarity is a grimdark AU
Okay.
of My Little Pony.
Right.
Where Rarity, like... From what I remember, Rarity, like, is openly crazy and a murderer.
Okay.
And she,
So it's
I
like the
believe
Hot
she-
Diggity Demon My Little Pony videos.
Yeah, but imagine it being like more sexual. It was a very sexualized thing. A lot of it revolved around like Rarity, like basically like goring people and the other ponies, and I believe she also killed her sister.
Okay.
Let me go. You know what? There's a wiki. There's a wiki. There's a on this. A version of Rarity depicted as a masochistic pony who crafts a doll named Pinkamena with the remains of her beloved cat Opal after killing her. And yeah, she basically harms herself and others throughout the comic. She later notices that Sweetie Belle is pleased with masochism just like her. And then yeah, she ends up hurting and like maiming her little sister too. Yeah. So yeah.
I feel like any mental health professional exposed to this, you got to start with like let's unpack that. Like there's so much, it's so dense with so many themes that you just got to sit down with this person and be like, let's unpack this. Like what's going on here? What is this, you know? That's crazy. A My Little Pony Fallout fan fiction?
Yes, there is. Yeah, no, the My Little Pony Fallout thing is still really big in the fandom to this day. People make, I think they have like a book and everything out.
What?
Yeah. Fallout Equestria, yeah.
Wow.
I personally never got into it because I was like, I still haven't played any of the Fallout games, but people really, really like Fallout Equestria.
Fallout Equestria. You should, I think you would actually like some of them. This is, wow, there's so much fan art of this.
Yeah, it's huge.
This is insane. Well, I mean, the existence of Fallout Equestria sort of indicates the existence of pony nuclear weapons, right?
Yes, well, I mean, pony weapons were in the show, too.
Oh, I guess that's
they
true,
have,
yeah.
She names, Rainbow Dash names her pet Tank, implying that at some point in time in Equestria, they had armored vehicles.
Cece? Cece?
Yeah.
Were you into the My Little Pony fandom?
Oh yeah, no, I was big into like, well, I've been big into My Little Pony since I was a little girl.
Oh,
so
of course.
when,
Okay, that's a little different. Yeah.
So when the new show came out, I was like, oh yay, and then Brony stuff happened, and I was like, well, I you know what, I'll go along with this. Some of this is fun. I remember them making every single character in history into a pony. That's probably something you've seen.
Mm-hmm.
The ponification of every single fictional.
Ponification? Listen, everybody.
Yeah, well,
all
that's
right.
what it's called.
Did we talk about the forbidden topic? We talked a little bit about Homestuck, but because Cece wasn't really into the fandom, I
want to hear about Homestuck, though. I mean, if you're gonna hear about My Little Pony,
You know what?
I mean,
You
it's
talk
only
about
fair.
you talk about your thing first, and then I'll just say it. I'll say my thing after. So, what was what was it like? I mean, was it just as insane as it seemed?
Yeah, I mean, you have, like, you know, a lot of, like, super, like, I show Brony, like, old Brony videos constantly on my channel. It's like, it really was, like, before the Bronies came along, it was a very older female-dominated space.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where it was, like, a lot of, like, collectors, just, like, kind of getting together. I know, there was still, like, you know, like art and like probably some RPing and stuff too, but after Bronies came along, that's what really like changed it from being like more of like this obscure like older woman fandom into like, okay, now everyone's into it. It's getting tons of art. There are tons of people that want to fuck everything in the show.
Yeah.
It was just a huge phenomenon. I kind of liken it almost to like Pokemania, but on a smaller scale.
Sure.
And when you were in the middle of it, like, yeah, it really was. It was insane the amount of fan content that was being made. I mean, like, probably around the same level as Homestuck, except, you know, people probably resonated more with Homestuck because, like, the characters are human-like or whatever.
Also terminally online in canon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's interesting also that you mentioned that that when I remember when the new show was coming out, like episodes were being released, and I watched it because people were like, "It's really good, you should check it out." And I was like, "Yeah, it's cute. Like, it was funny. There were some good jokes in there." And I mean, didn't like Living Tombstone make a bunch of
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There was someone that worked on what's that car anime, the drifting thing,
Initial D?
What is that? Yes.
Yeah.
Someone who worked on one of the Initial D soundtracks for one of the movies actually is Eurobeat Brony, who is now under the name Odyssey Eurobeats. Yes. Yeah, so
wow.
Everyone was making music. Everyone was making, like, the convention scene was going crazy. Yeah. Tons of people that like have went on to like more quote unquote normal things have started with Pony.
Yeah. So I have a funny story about the Living Tombstone. So they follow me on Twitter, and they have for a little while. And back in 2023, my friend was shout outs to Daisy, my VTuber friend Daisy was visiting from Australia, and I got a text from a friend of mine who said, "Hey, are you busy?" And I said, "No." They said, "Do you want to come to Universal Studios tonight?" Because I live in Los Angeles. And I said, "Sure. Can I bring a friend?" And they were like, "Yeah." And it was a preview, like, media influencer event for the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. And they had the Five Nights at Freddy's, like, animatronics there, like, at Universal Studios. And Living Tombstone was there playing all of their fucking Five Nights at Freddy's songs. And they played Discord live. They played that song.
No
yes.
way.
Yes, they played
Nice.
it. It was fun. It was actually a fun little event. It went a little over my head because I'm not really into Five Nights at Freddy's, like, or My Little Ponies. But it was cool, and they were like, I got to meet them. They were super nice, and I got a Five Nights. Actually, hold on, 1 second. Wait, I can show you what I got there. I'll be right back.
Okay, chat. This is when you tell me about all his dark secrets, and we can make fun of him together while he's gone. You can't do anything about it. You have to babysit chat now. Goo goo gaga. Feed you your baba. So many, and you don't get into specifics? Where to start?
They were giving out shirts in pizza boxes, and I got a Freddy Fazbear Pizzeria t-shirt from this event.
Yo, nice.
Yeah, so it's kind of cool. I kept it. But that was a really fun event. Like, it was really cool, and I got to meet, like, but that was so bizarre, because, like, they were playing, and I was like, oh, I think that's Living Tombstone, and then they played, that was, like, the only My Little Pony song they played, though. They played Discord, but that was it.
Well, that's the most famous one.
Yeah,
that
of
they
course.
worked. I mean, I believe it was Eurobeat Brony first, and then Living Tombstone picked it up for an edit.
Yeah.
Living Tombstone also has edits of My Little Pony had like fan animations and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
My Little Pony Friendship is Witchcraft. Do you know Jenny Nicholson, the YouTuber?
Yes, I was just about to bring her up.
She voiced Pinkie Pie in My Little Pony Friendship is Witchcraft.
I had no
And
idea
playing
about
after.
that. Yeah.
Yep. And Living Tombstone worked on some remixes for those songs too.
Oh, that's badass. Because I got into her videos, listening to them while I cook. Because I usually like to have something on while I'm, like, cooking in the kitchen. And I listened to her over the course of a few days. Listened to her one about the Star Wars hotel that she went to.
Oh, yeah, with the blue shrimp.
Yes, yes. And her whole, like, character she made.
Yeah, and then they sat her behind the pole.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. Someone in my YouTube chat, you said you want to buy that Five Nights at Freddy's shirt for $500? You can't be serious. You can't.
$500 at Freddy's.
$500 at Freddy's. It's never been worn. I've never worn it. But anyway.
Yeah, this is when you start auctioning.
Yeah.
I'm here,
500. I hear 500. 750. We got 750. Okay, you can't go down. You can't bid less than the current bid.
You can't haggle. This isn't a haggle.
That's not how it works. What size? I think it's a medium. Yeah, it's a medium. Pay me $20. Thanks, Sofa, for the 200 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. But anyway, I didn't realize there was so much pony music. Like, that's something I also didn't know. Okay. Yeah, but Jenny Nicholson, right. So then I went back and watched her. So I watched that one, and then I watched her reviewing all the Land Before Time movies, which is also a really good video that everyone should watch. If you haven't seen that Jenny Nicholson video, that's a great one. But then I watched her My Little Pony one, and I learned so much, and I didn't know she was so involved in the fandom. I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, she also really likes theme parks. You should watch the what is it called? There's a theme park video from her on a LARPing park called.
Oh, the one in, like, Utah or something.
Yes.
Yes, I did watch that one.
That one is amazing.
Evermore. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Have you ever played Home Safety Hotline?
No, but I've seen people play it.
That guy was he was an actor in Evermore Park.
No way, that's so
funny. I saw that in the bonus stuff at the end, and I was like, holy crap. That was like just after I watched that video too. I was like, oh man, it's all connected.
That's crazy. So I did watch the Evermore Park video, and it was really funny because she was like, yeah, he used to have this weird VR experience in downtown Disney called The Void. And I was like, I've been there. I've been to that. I did that VR experience. I did it with number one Alex and Pluto, who's a Twitch employee. He took us there. And we did The Void because we were doing an escape room and we had some time to kill. And he was like, let's go there because it's in that area. So we went and we did it. It's actually really cool. But I didn't know it was the same guy who did Evermore Park, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, that was super interesting. We're talking about Tumblr fandoms and stuff, but we kind of got off on a tangent about My Little Pony, which is fine because I'm actually interested. But yeah, okay. So Homestuck. Well, the Homestuck fandom on Tumblr. So the thing about the Homestuck fandom on Tumblr was that the reason why I think it popped off so much and got so popular is because the plot of Homestuck is about a bunch of friends who are online friends, right? They're 13-year-old online friends. And so people really related to that because they're like, it's just like me, right? You know, they saw it and they were like, I talk with my friends every day about video games. You know, I talk with them. Wouldn't it be so cool if we could be in a video game together? And, like, that's essentially, I think, why it popped off so hard. There's also a huge cast of characters. Yeah, I will say the chat logs they were well written at the beginning, but they got a little much by the end.
From what I remember from Needle talking about Homestuck, I believe the first pages were actually like voted on or something on the forum.
So if I'm not mistaken, that's the way he did the previous comic, which was Problem Sleuth, which is what I read first. Essentially, what he did was he would post the page, and then people would reply with what they wanted to do, and he'd pick the option he thought was the funniest. And then eventually, the story got so complicated, he stopped doing that, and was just like, I'm just gonna write it now. That is, Homestuck is also how Toby Fox got his start. He got his start writing music for Homestuck. He wrote an entire album called I'm Having a Baby and the Baby Is You, which is about one of the characters being pregnant with the other character. And he actually turned one of those songs off of that album into one of the songs he wrote for Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
Yep,
I remember people posting about that.
Yeah, so the other interesting thing about Homestuck is there was a lot of music written for it. Just like My Little Pony. There were a lot of really talented musicians who wrote music, and there were entire albums. I think there were like 5 or 6 albums, maybe even more than that, of just music for the comic. And it involved like animation and art and yeah, Toby cranking straight bangers, nonstop, baby. But yeah, so on Tumblr, the way this relates to Tumblr, is that because the comic would update at odd hours, or we never really knew when they would update, because there was no set schedule, right? He would just upload the page when it was done. People would post on Tumblr, be like, you know, oh, there's a new update, and then everyone would reblog it, and all that stuff. You can say anything you want about the Homestuck, but if you insult the music, I will kill you. A lot of the music is really good. Yeah, and there was even an app written to ping you when the comic would update.
That's crazy.
Yeah, somebody wrote a program that would like pop up on your desktop when the website would update. And so because of that perfect like mixture of the culture of being terminally online, also with, you know, the very like kind of I don't want to say pandery, because it kind of was in some parts, but it very much a lot of people related to it.
I think Homestuck kind of did do a thing where it kind of pandered to the audience. My Little Pony did that too.
Yeah.
The writers realized that bronies were a thing, and for a long
100%.
time pandered to them until they kind of like turned on them once bronies started criticizing the show.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's sort of like Homestuck did get a little pandery, but there are some characters they introduced that I just could not stand, and so I stopped reading it eventually. They also in like 2012 Homestuck was insane. The cosplay, in fact, I think at some point Homestuck got banned from certain conventions because people weren't sealing their makeup. So
yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Yes. They would get it all over the place.
Yes, they would get their gray makeup all over. At one point, somebody came up with a bright idea to use something called PAX, which was Prozaid, which is a medical adhesive mixed with acrylic paint, and then people would paint it onto their skin. And so a few benefits of this: you didn't have to seal it. It looked smooth and wouldn't rub off. The bad side, your skin couldn't breathe or sweat properly. So people would get sweat caught under the medical adhesive. Also, it only came off with rubbing alcohol. You couldn't use soap like normal makeup. So you had to like be super harsh on your skin and use rubbing alcohol to get it off.
That sounds horrible.
Too much coffee. That's why I use the rubbing alcohol, so you wouldn't like tear the hair out of your eye. It would be like wax. You know, if you tried to take it off normally, it would be like
Oh my god.
Yeah. We already talked about the Sharpie bath. My friend April was in that room when it happened. But yeah, so luckily, I only ever did it on my hands because the character that I would cosplay the most had like a long sleeve shirt, and he would just show his hands. But my hands are really hairy, so I would shave my hands. So I had like little monkey hands when I would like go to conventions, because I would shave the hair off of my my fingers and the back of my hands, and so like I'd have these like bald little palms but like hairy arms. And so but yeah, but for the people that wore like tank tops, they'd have to paint their whole upper bodies. Like they would paint their chest and their arms and their necks and everything. Obviously, you wouldn't do it on your face. You would use cream makeup.
That's an insane level of dedication. See, when it comes to My Little Pony, the characters also have weird, like, you know, the weird skin colors or whatever. Especially like when Equestria Girls came out. And they were, like,
what was up
humans or
with
whatever.
that? Why did that happen?
So
go off, Queen. Go off.
Monster High came out, and Monster High is a fashion doll line that became super popular. It was right after Bratz. After Bratz took the spotlight from Barbie, Monster High came along and kind of took the spotlight from them. And
Freaky
basically,
monsters.
Hasbro already had MLP. They were like, well, we can do that. So they made the ponies into girls, except they kind of forgot that with a fashion doll you actually need to make them look good and be fashionable. So the dolls were hideous and ugly, and nobody wanted them, and then they stopped making Equestria Girls after a few movies and kind of forgot that it ever happened.
They just pretended that they never did that. Equestria Girls, what's that? Yeah.
It was very toyetic, as they say, but
wow, nice Freakazoid reference.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see you. Okay, how toyetic can you get? I say that all the time.
Nobody bothered with the skin color stuff, as far as I know. When people were every cosplay that I've seen of like Fluttershy, like whatever, they're not wearing like the paint. Maybe some really dedicated people did. But like it's so weird that happened. That you go over to Homestuck and people could have easily done like, you know, the cosplays without the makeup, but then it was like you had to do it.
Right, yeah. Well,
two very different like lines of thought. Maybe the My Little Pony fandom just wasn't like, you know, as autistic or something.
So the whole thing with the trolls was that. Yes, that Can't See brings up a good point. The being gray was so important to those characters that everyone just did it. Like, if you didn't paint yourself gray, people would know what you were. But like, people were so dedicated to painting themselves gray and having gray skin and being those characters. And so yeah, it was like, I think I saw a couple people cosplay them without doing the gray makeup, but that was unusual for you to not do it. Oh yeah, you could say you were human stuck. That's right, because there were an infinite number of AUs for Homestuck. But so also the important thing is that, oh man, okay, so we can get it now. We can get back into some juicy Tumblr drama.
Yay!
So, there was this whole thing where all the characters in Homestuck are they're just like sprites, right? They're just white. You know, they're not featureless. They have features, but like they don't have a skin tone at all. Like they're all just white. And some people, if you drew those characters as white, they would kill you. Like they would kill you with a gun.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they would be like, how dare you draw Jade as white? How dare you? To the point where Hussey made a joke about it in the comic and kind of got...
Oh, is that the Feelin' Peachy?
Yup.
I remember when that panel dropped and everybody got really, really mad.
Yup, and
I did see that happen.
Yup, and not only that, but also at one point, Dave calls himself like a quirky white boy or something like that. And, oh, Caucasian, yeah. Dave calls himself a quirky white boy. And he went back and edited it so that it doesn't say anything, so it's more ambiguous. And I'm like, yeah, I don't remember exactly what he says, but it's something like that. And listen, I am all for people having their own interpretations of characters.
But when they don't have an established thing like that, it's kind of silly to get mad over.
Yeah,
it.
then they can be anything. Then like if there's no established, then they can be anything, and there's no actual, at least in my opinion. I think anybody should be able to assign whatever they feel is right for the character, and it doesn't matter. But by that logic, they shouldn't get mad when anyone else assigns what they believe that character should be like. And so, but that was a whole thing in Homestuck, was that like Jade, one of the characters, was like, if you didn't draw her as a Pacific Islander, you were a racist. You were racist if you didn't draw her as that. And it's like, holy, people got very, very defensive about it.
I mean, that's very Tumblr coded.
Yeah, it's very Tumblr coded to do that. So in my opinion, like you can draw them as whatever you want, right? You can draw them as whatever you like, whatever ethnicity or creed you think that they should be, because there's no established thing, right? There's no canon answer for it. But man, people get really mad when you draw them as, I don't know, a particular thing they don't agree with. But that's just kind of how Tumblr was. Like if you didn't, if you didn't draw them the way that, if you didn't draw something the way that somebody thought you should draw it, you should die. Is basically what they said.
Some popular person usually came up with like a design, like a fan design, and then everyone latched onto it, and then it's like, well, if you go against it, then like that you're XYZ. That happened in My Little Pony too, because you know people wanted to make them humans even before like Equestria Girls came out, and I think that's probably another reason why the Equestria Girls dolls have like the pony colored skin, just so it didn't cause any fights.
Sure.
People were very mad. They were like, Pinkie Pie has to be fat, and this, and Twilight has to be black, and this and this and that. And it's like, well, they don't. They're ponies.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm inclined to agree with you. Pinkie Pie has to be fat.
Well, to be fair, she does eat a lot, but
that's fair.
There are people that eat a lot in real life and just have a really good metabolism.
Yeah, true. Overshare, overreach, overreact. So I'll never forget one of the ones that I never really encountered directly, these types of problems, I guess. But there was one artist, and they would draw a lot of these two characters, and it was so. There were the 4 kids, right? Those were the main characters. And then they had, like, guardians. And they were sort of like their parental figures. So one was John's dad, Rose's mom, Dave's brother, and Jade's grandfather. And this person would draw a lot of comics with Dave's brother and Jade's grandfather together. Characters that never interact in the comic, ever. Okay? I need to emphasize that. These are two
Common
characters.
fandom.
Yes. These are
Oh,
two characters
yeah.
that never interact in the comic ever. And there was one funny comic where they were like kind of shipping, but like I read it in a sort of a comical way. So I recorded the comic. I asked if I could dub it, and they were like, sure. And so I was dubbing it, and I was doing it live on stream. I was editing the video live on stream because I used to do this. I used to like take it into the I would record it on stream, and then I would put it in editing, and I would like show people how I did everything. And during it, I get a DM from the artist like, this is like a serious comic of these two shipping. Like, I seriously ship these two, and I don't appreciate you like making a joke out of it. And I was like,
no.
okay. So I just like didn't do it. I was just like, okay, sorry. I like didn't record the comic. I was like, sorry. Okay, never mind. They were so serious about it. They were like, I do not appreciate you making a joke out of this ship. And I was like, in my head, I'm like, okay, it's your art. I'm not in a position to say what I can do with your art, because it's your art, right? But in my head, I'm like, these characters don't interact ever. They're like
the rare pair crack ship people. Yeah, they are pretty crazy. It is like
Yeah.
a whole hands up backstory situation. Yeah.
Starboy
Yeah.
35 who's gifted a tier 1
thank you,
sub to
Starboy,
Improv
for gifting that sub. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's like I had to respect it, right? Because on the one hand, like, I don't want to cause problems. I don't want to be the problematic guy who's like, hey, it's, you put the art out there, I can do whatever I want with it. Because really, I shouldn't. Like, ethically, that's not what I should be doing. But on the other hand, I'm just like, it's just like for funsies, It's just like I'm just making a funny video. So I ended up not making that video. But anyway, yeah. So that was a huge thing. It comes back to the shipping, right? It was like people take
It
their.
always comes back to shipping.
It always comes back to the shipping. People take their pairs so seriously. I bet they felt so validated with the Dirk and Jake stuff. All the shipping in Homestuck went fucking cyber psycho. People went psychopathic about that shipping. It was the same sort of thing. They were like, they if you disagreed or you had a different ship than them, they would be like, actually die. They would like, I hope you die for real in like real life. And that's once again one of those things where it's like, God, I just wish you could go to a mental health professional and be like, let's unpack that. Like, why do you care so
much?
much?
Fandom specific, yeah. Mental health professionals.
There should be fandom specific. Like, it's like specializes in trauma or like abandonment issues.
Let's start Twitch heals, $30 a month.
Yes, yeah, Twitch, yeah, $30. Post all of your dirty laundry in chat and I'll fix it. Yes. Honestly, I should go get my like mental health degree and then be like, I specialize in fandom deprogramming. They would reveal personal information. Yeah, it's like, oh, you don't like my ship? I'm gonna dox you and all of your addresses and all of your personal information.
That happened to, okay, so there was a big crusade to get the Ask Princess Molestia taken down for obvious reasons.
Obviously,
but
yes.
I remember, there was the person that like spearheaded that. I think they they got some criticism or something.
Sure.
Someone disagreed with them, and so their next course of action was the very sane thing, to send false information to immigration to try and get the user and their husband deported.
What?
Yeah.
That is crazy. What the fuck? Oh man.
Yeah.
I thought I started this discussion and I was like, man, we're probably gonna approach some really weird stuff happening on Tumblr. That's a new one. I had not heard that. Wow. Most level-headed Tumblr user. Wow. Yeah.
Very sane, rational thing to do.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of one of the things that got me, like, very separated from the fandom is, like, people just exploding at the slightest thing. And this all circles back to the beginning. I have never seen more public and, insane crash outs than on Tumblr. in Tumblr fandoms.
It was like a rite of passage and just like something that just happened every day.
Yep. Some update would get posted in Homestuck or some episode would air and it went against what somebody's headcanon was, and they would just have the biggest meltdown you've ever seen. I can't breathe as I'm typing this.
Yeah, the typos. I'm having a panic attack. I'm literally shaking right now.
I'm literally shaking right now. Yeah. And it's like, I feel bad, but man, like, come on, it's a fictional story. Like, you really don't have to. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know anything about Voltron, and I'm glad that I don't, because I heard that shit was like a war zone.
No, it was. Yeah, I watched the original Voltron, and then I watched a few episodes of the Voltron remake, and then I saw what the fandom was like, and I was like, no, I don't think so.
No, I choose peace. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
The needle and a cookie was not MLP. That was Undertale, and it was because I believe the artist shipped Sans and Frisk together, and they went to a convention, and someone handed them a cookie with needles in it.
What?
Yep. Yeah. I believe this was also overseas. I believe this was a Japanese artist. It wasn't even stateside, so it's like, it goes beyond, like, cultures, even.
Oh, my God. Okay. That's news to me. I did not know about that, and I definitely didn't know it was about Undertale.
Terrible recipe. Look, that's been handed down in my family for generations.
For generations, the
and
needle
if
cookie.
you don't eat it, if you don't eat it, then you're racist and xenophobic and every other thing.
Yeah. And I will be sending you a satellite photo of your house from a Proton Mail account.
I will be sending false information to immigration.
Yeah. Makes me glad I never got too deep into certain fandoms. So, like, there's always a good and a bad, right? There's always, like, a good in that, like, I've met some people who I'm still friends with and who were pretty level-headed during the fandom scene. And, like, on the other hand, it's like, boy, I had to see some stuff, but I didn't really, luckily, have to deal with anything. Mostly it was just the minor stuff, like that thing with that artist telling me they didn't want me dubbing their comic because I was making a joke out of their very real ship. But also, you know, it's that whole thing. It's just a lot of reactionary things.
Yeah, it's just every fandom's gonna have crazy people in it because crazy people exist everywhere. So
yeah, this is why so many creators don't do evil runs for Undertale. There were a lot of death threats.
Yes, there were. Yes,
is that true?
Run.
Is that
true?
Yes,
I remember that. It's insane. Yes, because you dared to play the game in a way that it's meant to be played that way because there's like storyline that goes into it, but you are a bad person. Like they basically, like Sans, right? He judges you at the end. It's like, oh, these are your murder points, and this is how much you whatever. They were basically acting like that was like fucking real. Like you really did just murder actual real life people or something.
Yeah. The point was that you're playing as a bad person, and so it's redundant. Yeah, I mean that's sort of the point. It goes back to that thing where I say that people associate themselves with a piece of media so heavily that whenever anything bad happens to it or criticized, they take it as an offense, right? So it's like I'm associating so heavily with Undertale that if you don't play it the way that I think you should play it, you're a bad person. Yeah. Undertale became a religion. I mean, the Pope does have, well, he did have a copy of it, but he's passed away now. We have to get the new Pope a copy of Undertale. Matt Pat, you gotta meet Pope Leo at Portillo's and give him the Undertale.
Maybe Pope Leo. Well, actually, no. I remember when the past Pope died, they talked about his living situation. They talked about his possessions. Undertale was not in his possession list.
Did he get buried with Undertale?
he either got buried with it or he got rid of it. So,
Oh.
or maybe he passed it on. Maybe he was like to the next pope, make sure that they get this copy of Undertale.
Get the new Pope a copy of Nike. Maybe this is the Gooner
Well,
Pope.
I mean, Deltarune is all out and finished, right? So we need to get.
Is it
get
out?
Undertale
Is it
and Deltarune
done? I thought there was more.
Were there going to be more chapters?
Does
That's
anyone
crazy.
know?
That's a lot of chapters.
Yeah,
no,
if there's
it's
more.
not. Okay.
Yeah, there's
Well,
more. I think.
We gotta wait, I guess, until. Well, I mean, you could get the new Pope hooked on Deltarune, I guess. But then who knows what he'll do in the meantime between
Yeah,
the chapters releasing.
Don't worry, the new Pope inherits all the belongings of the last Pope. For things gifted to the office?
Oh my god, yes!
We're so he's got a Twitter account. He's got a Twitter account. So he might be able to, we might get him to do it.
Oh my god, someone DM him and tell him to do a live tweet let's play.
Yes! So, hold on. Funny story, back to Danganronpa for a minute. Do you remember when the only way to experience Danganronpa was like looking
I know
at
exactly what you're gonna say.
There was a
Yep,
Let's Play
something
thread.
awful.
Yes,
Yep.
there was a something awful thread of somebody playing it and translating everything because there was no there was no localized
It
release.
was so goated.
Yeah.
It was honestly, I think that's like I mean, obviously playing it is like the intended way, but like experiencing that way as your first time is like it's like formative.
Yeah.
I remember that they would also filter curse words to be like
loving, poo-poo,
loving,
yeah. Love tenderly, yeah.
Yes, love tender,
Yeah,
it was so awesome.
Yes. This translate, it's true, cause like it was an unknown game in America for the most part.
Oh yeah, no, and then he did that Let's Play and everyone was following along with it, and people had to get like something awful accounts because Low Tax realized that a lot of traffic was going to that thread, so he made the
Paywall.
Let's Play forums paywalled.
Yep. $10. $10 emote. Yeah. Wow. Okay. You've been around. All right. CC,
Yeah,
I see you. I have my the description for my shitpost channel on my Discord is the Chronicles of Riddick copy pasta with the open palm slamming the VHS.
Oh my god, yes!
Yeah.
Open palm slam the VHS into
And do the
slot,
moves
yes.
right along with them. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hearing the word Lotax just activated me. Yeah, well, he's dead now, so you don't have to worry.
Rip.
Yeah. Also, I remember there was actually back to MLP. I remember there was an actual extension for Firefox that would replace the words everybody and everyone with every pony.
Yes!
Yeah.
I remember.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, that was so cute. There's
Yeah.
actually what do they call those languages that are like made up?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, there's a whole pony language.
There
it's
is?
like Conlang, yes. That's the name of Conlang.
Okay.
Oh.
I didn't know there was a whole pony
used
language.
Yeah, hold on. Let me DM the person that I know has this. What's the website
Oh no.
for the pony conlang?
Before I forget, my ADD's going crazy. I was gonna mention that in addition to all the music that was being made for Homestuck, there was so much art, like
I think I might have found it.
Oh, nice. So much fan art. And one of the interesting things was Andrew Hussey hired from the fandom for a lot of big projects. So a lot of people that I knew got hired onto Old Ponish.
Yeah, it's something that appears in later seasons. I think there's another one too, but this is the I guess the canon one or whatever. And there's a whole dictionary, yeah, for the words and stuff.
What?
Yeah, they made up like a language for the show, and somebody just was like, okay.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. They linked it to me. Yay! I found it.
That's crazy. Actually, oh, it's funny. when I first moved to Los Angeles, I was interviewing for a job. I flew here because at the time I was working at IBM, and I interviewed for a job here at a media company that's not around anymore. But I needed a place to stay, and my brother's friend lived in Los Angeles. He's the only person I knew that lived in the city that I could stay with. And I was like, he has this huge house, and I met him, and because he had like a coach house, so like a little apartment above their garage. And I don't know if I've ever told this story before, but anyway, so I met him, and I was like, he's like, hi, my name's Mitch. And I was like, nice to meet you. And I asked what he did, and he's like, oh, I'm a TV writer. So his name's Mitch Larson. And he wrote a bunch of My Little Pony episodes, which I sometimes goes by M.A. Larson.
You met M.A. Larson in person?
I stayed at his house.
That's fucking crazy. I went to a pony convention recently, and he was on a panel and stuff there, and I got to ask him some questions.
He's super nice.
So,
he was really nice.
yeah, he's a cool guy. No, everyone loves Larson in the fandom. No,
he's super cool. He was super nice, and I remember because like I had a little bit of pony knowledge, so I was like, who's your favorite character to write for? And he was like, Rarity. And I was like, why? He's like, because I write her like Frasier. And I was like, oh, that's very funny.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's like, I think about Frasier when I write for her. And I was like, what would Frasier say here?
That is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, so many of my pony friends would be so jealous. And one of them is crashing out in your chat right now.
Really? That's funny.
Yeah.
He was super sweet. But so the funny thing is, I was staying at his house, right? And I went to my interview, and then I came back, and I was like, I'll be out of your way. I'm just gonna stay in the coach house the whole time. I won't bother you. He's like, cool. He's like, we have somebody who's coming to look to buy the house, but you know, just hold on. Is it? Yeah, okay. I want to make sure I got the name right. So, just, you know, if somebody comes in to look at the house, don't worry. We're looking. It's a realtor and somebody, right? So I'm chilling, and he had all these like books about animation, in like the library in the coach house or whatever. So I was like reading, like sitting in the chair reading, and this person comes into the bedroom, and they're like, "Oh, we didn't know anyone would be here." I'm like, "Sorry, I'm just a house guest, you know. So I'll be out of your way." They're like, "Oh yeah," so they're like showing, and somebody was standing with them, and so they went around, and then they left, and then I get a call from my brother, and he's like, hey, did somebody just come to look at the house? And I was like, yeah. He's like, oh, that's Chris Martin from Coldplay.
Way!
He's looking to buy that house. And I was like, what? That was very strange. That was a very strange encounter.
Insane.
Because I guess he lived across, like, a few houses down. And he was looking to buy that house because whenever the band came over to record, he wanted a house that they could just stay in and like turn into basically like a recording studio. And so yeah, but that's my weird LA. That's like the first day I spent in LA, and I was like, wow, this is
I feel like California is definitely the place to be. So many VTubers are over there going to Off-Kai and stuff, and I'm jealous.
Yeah, I'm excited for Off-Kai actually. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, it was pretty insane. That was weird too, because I also have like not had any other celebrity encounters since I've been. Yes, I am going to Off-Kai. Like I
used up all of your luck.
I did. That was like I have like no other celebrity encounter. I'm trying to think if I've had any other weird celebrity encounters. Not here in LA. But anyway, sorry. That's my little pony story. Is I stayed over at M.A. Larson's house, and I saw Chris Martin because he was looking to buy the house. Yeah, but his wife, I believe, is a producer at Sony. And I think because I mentioned that I really liked Hotel Transylvania, and she was like, "Oh, we just like worked on that." Like she was like a producer on that movie or something like that.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So, long story short, that's my little pony story. I'm trying to think. Okay. I'm trying to think if I have any like other bizarre Homestuck stories to tell. other than people saying they hate my voices and they think that I'm an awful person for voicing certain characters that way. So many people. There was a hate blog dedicated to me and how much
That's crazy.
how much they didn't like the way that I voiced characters. Many. Not were dedicated. One was just kind of like generically they hated them all, but one was like, I specifically hate Octopimp so much because I think he's really bad at voicing all the characters. To be fair, I was, but I've gotten better since then. So, they were right, but they didn't need to say it.
Yeah, they didn't need to be mean about it.
Yeah! Oh, did I talk about the burning of Library of Alexandria? So, I took down all my Homestuck videos from YouTube. Because I just was, like, done being associated with that. I actually had a mini crash out because somebody in my YouTube chat was role-playing as one of the characters from Homestuck in my YouTube chat. I was like, I'm done. I can't handle it anymore. I can't handle this anymore. So I took them all down. Yeah, but that was the last straw. I couldn't handle it anymore. Were you involved in any other fandoms on Tumblr?
The Toho one, there were some pretty good crash outs in the Toho fandom. I remember that for a long time mentioning any of the like memes, like her sake never dropped. There's like a bunch of them, like the Iosis. Iosis is a band and they make kind of like they make music, but it's a lot of times it ends up being like memes or like funny or whatever.
Oh, I've heard the FOE song.
Okay, good.
Was that Iosis? I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, that Tree and Odyssey song. Yeah.
But that's Etrian Odyssey. But they make a lot of Toho stuff, and so for
did they
a long
do
time,
Shino's Perfect Math Class?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So so for a long time, it was like it was verboten in the Tumblr fandom to be mentioning any of that, and like the memes and stuff would make you like oh you're a cringe like fan or whatever. And do you know Walfus?
Ooh, that one is a little beyond me.
Do you know Small Ame?
No.
The Hololive Small Ame model?
Oh, yes, yeah.
That is Walfus, and for the longest time, Walfus was super hated, at least in the Tumblr Toho community that I was a part of, for the Toho comic maker that was made by him, because people would be using it to make little meme comics or whatever. And now, now flash forward to today, like, Walfies is doing, like, the Small Ame and, like, a whole bunch of other cool stuff. So it's kind of, it's funny to see, like, someone that was, like, so hated. And I didn't have anything against the comics or the guy or whatever, but seeing so much vitriol for that and now, like, like, really beloved, it's like a total, like, shift.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like, if somebody's doing something because they're passionate about it and they just want to create something to create, and people are hating on them because it doesn't line up with what they think that somebody should be making, typically the person who's making the stuff is in the end going to usually come out ahead, or like end up doing cooler stuff than the people that are just talking about how much they don't like that person. I mean, that's what happened to me. Right? Like, I get to do cool stuff occasionally, and I was just making stuff because I had fun time making it, so it's whatever. The Toho fandom is weirdly pervasive. Everything goes back to Toho.
Yeah.
It's old.
It's really old, and, like, a lot of, like, fan artists, fan music, like, it's like, they got the same thing going on, like, that Homestuck and MLP and everything did, where, like, there's tons of creators doing fan projects for it since forever.
Yeah, I still think the funniest comparison about Toho that a friend of mine told me was, she was like, all the Toho games together is like, it's like 10 gigabytes or something, maybe, right? Like maybe less than that. All the Toho music that I have, which isn't even everything, is like 70 gigabytes of Toho music.
Yeah.
There's like
from
so
such,
much
like,
Toho
little
fan
content, especially with like how there's not really too much like story. Now there's a bunch of like Zune like released a bunch of stuff with like lore of the characters.
Oh.
But for a long time, there was like not a whole lot of canon lore or stories, and everybody just kind of made stuff up, like fanon interpretations
Sure,
of the
yeah.
characters.
Mhm.
So especially for that, like there's so much content out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true. There's so much. I actually remember. So one time I was trying to DM a game from Dungeons and Dragons with some friends, and I downloaded some PDFs of the players' handbooks, and I didn't vet them. So I downloaded the first, second, and third edition, or the first Players Handbook 1, Players Handbook 2, Players Handbook 3 for D&D 4th edition, and I sent them off. And I sent it to my friend, and she responds. She goes, "Hey, did you actually look at the PDF of the Players Handbook 2? I said, "No." And I opened it up, and it was a Toho Dojin. Just called Players Handbook D&D 4th edition Players Handbook 2. But the cover was the same. It was the Players Handbook 2 cover, but it was a lesbian Toho Dojin. And I was like, oops, sorry. Sorry. I'll send you the right one. But keep that if you want, I guess.
A free gift.
Yeah, a free gift. Got him. Yeah, that's funny. Toho is one of those things that I don't know much about, but I do like some of the music. And I like Sakuya. That's all I know.
It really does. Like, there's a lot of stuff that leads back to Toho. There's like a lot of like not just fan works, but like little cameos and stuff from characters and other stuff. It's neat.
Absolutely. I mean, Bad Apple's a whole fucking meme.
Yeah.
yeah. Yomu best girl. Who's the girl with the frog hat?
Suwako.
I like her too. She's cute.
She is cute.
Yeah. Have you ever played Groove Coaster? I
know what it is. You plug in music and it makes maps off of it, right?
I think, but there's a lot. It's got like a lot of Toho music. There's in fact a whole Toho music section of pre-made songs. Yeah, you can play. And the Night of Nights map is really cute. It's Audio Surf. Yeah. Audio Surf is the one that makes the maps. But Groove Coaster is an arcade machine.
Okay.
And they've got like a whole section of Toho music, and I always play the Night of Nights one because it's really good. Yeah, but anyway, no, there's like so much. It's crazy how deep the fandoms go on not even just on Tumblr, but all over. You know, I mean, off Tumblr and on. Like obviously you were saying, like the Toho fandoms. It's old. You know, it probably started on message boards. You know.
Yeah. Now VTubing has like a fandom. There's like a legitimate like fan merch and everything of like VTubers and stuff, which I think is really interesting and cool, but like also kind of crazy because they're not just fictional characters, it's like they're real people.
Well, you know, it's kind of interesting the way that relating to VTubers is because I'm working on a project right now, but one of the animators that I've hired was somebody I met through the Homestuck fandom. And so it's like, it's funny that, you know, you can meet people from other fandoms and then they'll follow you to new ones, or, you know, you'll incorporate them somehow, or you'll see them incorporated in other fandoms somehow. It's pretty cool. Yeah, but the whole, like, man, the VTuber fandom stuff is crazy. People go nuts for that stuff.
Yeah, and it's like, it's something that I'm a VTuber, and even like the amount of VTubers out there, like it's impossible to like really engage with like all of the fandom. It's not like Homestuck or like MLP where there's like a select number of characters. It's like infinite.
Yeah, it's infinity. The project is real. It's real. It's happening. But yeah, there's so many people and new ones every day. Yeah. I feel like Homestuck was perfect for breeding artists because it was simply rendered and you could extrapolate anything you wanted. I mean, I think that's also why the Toho fandom is so big, right? Is because like the character designs are so simple, you can kind of do whatever you want with them.
Yeah, and like I said, they were a blank slate for a long time, so you could do whatever you want with them there too.
It's real. I promise.
Well, Silksong is real now, I thought. Didn't they finally...
Yeah, didn't they say that it
for
was
that?
happening? Yeah. Yeah. The canon art for Toho characters is made by Zune, and he's not renowned as a good artist. Yeah.
No, but he does make everything himself, so that's commendable.
Well, I mean, you know, it's like I'm always I mean, that's a whole thing. Is like that whole like making a game all by yourself, doing everything yourself, including music and art. Is, I mean, that's been happening for a long time. I mean, Cave Story, Pixel made everything. Man, I love that game.
Cave Story is so great.
Cave Story is unbelievably good. What a good game that is.
And it was free.
Yeah, I remember when the only way to play it was with the fan translation patch. I love that game. And also, Cave Story doesn't get enough credit for kickstarting indie games. I mean, I don't think it...
It didn't kickstart it, but it definitely was like a big like part of people continuing. I was on Jay's Games finding like Ludum Dare games and stuff from like that before Cave Story. Like people were doing that, but it really got people saying, "Oh, I could do this too." Yeah,
for sure. I mean, I remember. Well, so for me, I remember one of the first really big, indie games that like everybody was talking about was Braid. Because it was before that, everybody thought of indie games as just like a Flash game you could play, right? You know, it was like something on Newgrounds or eBaum's World, you know, or like it was like a little web browser game that you could play, and it was one thing. But Braid was big because one, it was on Xbox, and two, it was it had way more gameplay. And if you go back and play it now, it's kind of just a pretty simple platformer. But and then the creator, wait, is Jonathan Blow? Is that his name?
Yeah,
Does he
is
suck?
kind of a tool.
Oh,
yeah,
no. Well, I didn't play The Witness, so I don't know. But, yeah.
So, he got mad at Soulja Boy.
Why?
I remember when that all happened. I guess, I don't remember. Something, like, I guess because of just the way Soulja Boy handled it. He cried.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it did make him cry. Yeah.
Soulja Boy made him cry? Oh, what happened?
Yeah, well, yeah, it is that pretentious, like, part of him where, like, yeah, he didn't engage with the game the way that Blow wanted him to, so...
Oh, okay. Well, so what? I mean, it's the customer is always right in matters of taste, right? I mean, it's like, if he's enjoying the gameplay, but doesn't really care about the story, at least he's enjoying the game. You made good gameplay, right? Like, even if you don't like the story, at least they like the gameplay, right? Whatever. Maybe that's why he made The Witness, to be like, oh, you think I can get pretentious? Watch this.
Both him and the Fez guy, they were like,
oh god,
like kind of essential in the indie scene, but then they turned out to be huge. Phil Fish, yeah. They turned out to be huge losers.
Yeah. Wasn't there that movie, Indie Game the movie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he was in it.
Because I think that was about like Fez and also Super Meat Boy.
Well, he said he was going to make Fez 2, but then people made him mad and cry on Twitter, and then he was like, Fez 2 isn't going to happen anymore. And then he crashed out and left the internet, yeah.
Oh well, we have Supergiant now. We don't need that. We don't need Fez 2. We've got other indie game studios that are making Kino games, so I think we're fine. Japanese games were fundamentally immature.
A lot of people had that mindset. Like, same thing with like your art teacher in high school being like, anime isn't real art or whatever. Like, people really didn't like Japanese. Yes, remember G4 made I can't remember what game they're talking about, but they were like, we didn't nuke Japan enough or whatever. That was like the joke because because it was like some game was made in Japan and they didn't like it or whatever. Yeah, they hated Japanese games on G4, and that was a big thing for a while with the Western scene. It's like, oh, Japanese games are weird and for losers. Yeah, the inverse of thing Japan. Yeah, and same thing with anime. And now it's way different.
Well, I went through this phase, and I don't know if you went through this phase as well, but when I first discovered anime, I got super obsessed with it and became like a weeb, like a super weeb, right? And then as I got into my teenage years, I was like, oh, I don't like that. I don't want to be associated with how cringy I was, so I'm going to be, like, super anti-anime. Like, I didn't hate on it, but I was just like, it's not my it's not my thing, right? Like I don't like anime, I don't watch anime, but like I secretly liked it, but I didn't watch it. But then I grew up a little bit more, and I was like, wait a minute, it's actually okay to like anime and like watch anime if I enjoy it. So I went through this like weird closeted weeb. I was a weeb, but then I was a closeted weeb, but then I was like a regular weeb.
I feel like I was pretty open about like how cringe and weird I was
That's
throughout
fair.
my entire
Life.
middle school and high school stuff. Yeah, but
Yeah. Well, it was
I get it though because
Yeah.
people got like mercilessly bullied
Oh,
for
yeah.
like an anime.
I mean, they still kind of do, but it depends on the anime. But it's funny because now it's other anime fans bullying them.
Yeah, right. Oh, your anime doesn't have enough hype aura moments.
Yeah,
your anime
it's
isn't
true.
a battle shonen.
Yes, not enough aura farming or hype moments type shit. It's true. Adam Sessler crashed out some years back because people hated his review on some Japanese games. Solo leveling fans.
Adam Sessler showed up to the Game Awards like obviously on like cocaine or something. I remember that. What is it? Jeff Keighley? He was like talking. He was like up there with Jeff Keighley, and he was obviously like coked out of his mind.
Oh no,
That's the last
Sessler.
time. That's the last I saw of Sessler.
So I used to be in a D&D group with Morgan Webb. We were Jesse Cox, my friend of the stream, Jesse Cox, hosted this show called Oddballs, and it was like me, Cinnamon Toast Ken, Morgan Webb, Elsbeth, Eastman, who else was on that show? Am I missing somebody? Who am I missing? There was one other person, wasn't there? Anyway, but it was really fun. It was a great group. Loved those people. And at TwitchCon, we got to host the TwitchCon clip show one year. And Morgan Webb was there. And like, it was funny because I was hanging out because like she knew me. And so we were like hanging out at TwitchCon, and she was super sweet. And everyone was coming up to her and being like, oh my God, I'm a huge G4. I mean, like every 5 seconds, somebody was coming up and like taking pictures with her and being like, oh my God, Morgan Webb, I'm such a huge fan. She's such a sweet lady. But anyway, we were hanging out at the hotel bar, and she was like, hey, let me buy you a drink. And I was like, okay. So I had a drink, and I'm a super lightweight. Like, I'm a super, super lightweight. Like, and so
Same.
I had this rum and Coke, and I was like embarrassingly drunk after one drink. And I was talking to Morgan, I'm like, you're so nice, and you're such a lovely person, and you're so great. And she's like, thank you. She was taking it like a champ, but I embarrassed I was drunk, and I was just like gushing about how great she was, and it was that was very funny. But she's a super sweet lady. She worked at she ended up working at one of the software studios, Bonfire, which is started by one of the people that left Blizzard. But I don't know what she's doing now, but she's a super sweet lady. So anyway, sorry, I'm telling all these stories about weird encounters I've had with celebrities.
That's okay. I don't think I really had an encounter with anyone, but it's nice to hear like some like more personal accounts of some of these people because I know them from like TV or whatever.
Yeah, they're all super nice. Like everybody I've ever met in that regard has been super nice. The rum and Coke was too much. It was don't give me alcohol because I will get drunk and I will just embarrass myself by being overly nice and and emotional. I'm trying to think here. I don't know. Is there anything else you wanted to cover on the Tumblr aspect?
I don't know, not really. I feel like there's probably like more, but it's been so long. It's been I mean, like I said, I left after the porn ban. That had to be like, what was it, 2017, 2018, something like that?
Something like that. Did we talk about Misha? Wait, what?
Misha there was a Misha apocalypse where everyone changed their icons to Misha Collins. I still don't know who Misha Collins is.
Is that a supernatural person?
Maybe it has to be, right? Because like that was like super popular at the time, and the only actors that I know like are basically whatever Tumblr was obsessed with. So.
Oh yes, okay, yes, yeah. That's fair enough. Casti's
Okay,
supernatural. Okay,
Yeah,
fair enough.
there was a day on Tumblr where a bunch of people changed their icons to him, and I believe someone in the DashCon video I sent was actually dressed up as Misha Collins, but like the JPEG, like the picture version. They like
Okay.
printed out a big like mask of his face. That I never was like in that part of Tumblr because I was very much a more like watching real life shows, and
Sure.
I'm a nerd that only watches cartoons and anime. So
I understand. I'm the same way. Yeah, I prefer cartoons myself. Yeah, man, that's interesting. It's so funny. My friend recently drew a sexy Jimbo Balatro, and somebody retweeted it with, if this had been posted in Tumblr in the year 2014, it would have been like an atomic bomb going off. I love, and that relates to like
that he would have been a Tumblr
Yeah.
sexy man.
he
Absolutely,
would
yeah.
100% Jimbo Balatro for sure would have been Tumblr sexy man. Yeah,
I think Misha also commented on it and he did not like it. Usually when you show celebrities these like weird internet like things, they usually either don't get it or don't like it. I know that what is his name?
hints, context clues. Who are we talking about here?
The guy who makes all of those funny songs and
Weird
like
Al.
oh my god, no, it starts with an N.
Neil Cicerega?
Ciceregas, yes, him, yes.
Okay, yeah.
He did the Lenny Kravitz Fly Away edit where it's like, I want a Milky Way. He made that, and someone showed it to Lenny Kravitz, and he hated it.
No!
He absolutely hated it. So I always remember that when I'm like, oh, I wonder if people show these things to like celebrities.
Neil Cicerega.
Yeah, they probably do not understand whatever it is that's happening.
I remember there was an interview with Ed Helms, and they asked him like what he thought about the Onceler fandom, and he's like, I don't know what that is, but I hope you like the movie. And it's like, that's the best possible answer you could have given, buddy. But yeah, I think, well, you know, at some point, I mean, it depends on the celebrity too, though. Like, I think some celebrities are probably just more game than others to mess around. Like, I know Elijah Wood is like a huge gamer and loves all that like weird Lord of the Rings stuff. Like, he thinks it's really funny.
Yeah, and I think who's that one? Oh shoot, there was a whole like song and play made about it. It was, oh god,
Harry Potter and the Cursed Child.
no, it was no.
No.
It's the guy, like the guy following you in the woods or like running after you in the
Oh,
woods.
Shia
What is that?
LaBeouf?
Shia LaBeouf,
yeah,
yes, him.
yeah.
He was on board with it.
Yeah, because
I
he was in the
think,
music
like-
video. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Man.
So sometimes, but like there are people that like take themselves very seriously in their careers, and you show them stuff like that, and they're like, "I hope you die now."
Yeah.
Yeah, actual cannibal Shia
Shia
LaBeouf.
LaBeouf.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was also big on Tumblr for a while too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this was, hey, thanks for hanging out with me for a while, Cece. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. It was
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah. Let me know if you ever want to like have a discussion about fandoms. Like, I would love to, because we were kind of just broaching Tumblr in general, but I'd love to have more like specific fandom discussions. I think that would be really fun.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I know. Like I know some people that are actually into Homestuck, and I feel like that would be like surrounded like a panel where I'm the only one who doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I mean,
what's going on?
Jesse has a show that's a one-on-one thing where he's like, tell me about, which is sort of similar, but I would love the like informative things like that about fandoms are super interesting. And there's fandoms I don't know anything about that I would love to learn about, because like because neither of us were into the supernatural fandom, right?
Oh yeah.
So
no.
if we get people who are like, okay, well, here's what happened. This episode came out, which is this, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then these
somebody
users
to give us
posted
the
this.
rundown.
Yeah. That would be fun. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for being on the show. I mean, we've been going for like 3.5 hours, so I think I kind of need a break. But
Okie dokie.
thank you so much for being here. Everybody should go follow Cece because she's really funny. What are you playing now, or what are you gonna be playing?
Bioshock. I'm playing Bioshock for the first time.
Mhm.
Vampire the Masquerade.
Let's go.
Bloodlines for the first time. I'm doing some collabs this week with some friends to play Fantasy Life, the new Fantasy Life. Oh my god, it's addicting. It's so addicting.
I know so many people who are playing that. I watched Tina play a little bit of that.
It's like it. There's so many.
It's
systems.
RuneScape
It goes
for
so
weeaboo
deep.
women.
Yes, it is. It's like RuneScape, Animal Crossing for weeaboo women.
Yeah.
Perfect woman autism simulator. And some art and stuff as well. Collabs. So yeah.
Yeah.
I play a lot of games for the first time because I'm not like I played like Toho, Danganronpa, Disgaea, and Pokemon for like my entire life, and that's it. So if you like to see someone play your favorite game for the first time and not know what the hell is going on, that's me.
I did not know you were a big Disgaea fan.
Oh, I love it. It's my favorite game series. Actually, my whole VTuber persona is kind of based off Disgaea.
Oh, cute. I could see that for sure. My favorite little voice actor thing is I was at a rap party for Yakuza because I was in Yakuza Infinite Wealth Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and there was a voice actor there, Jameson Price, who is one of my favorite voice actors. I love him to death. He's great, super sweet guy. And I went up to him and I said, "Hey, Jameson, it's nice to see you." And I talked with him a little bit, and he was like, "Hey, he's got this really deep, like, resonant voice. He's like, nice to see you. And you shake his hand. He's like, how you doing? We talked for a bit, and I said, do you remember a game called Disgaea? And he's like, I do. And because he was Seraph Lamington in that.
Yeah.
And so it was very fun to ask him about that. That was a very fun little conversation to have. Because I mean, that was so
many good
long
voice
ago.
actors in Disgaea.
Oh, yeah,
like
absolutely.
So many.
Mm-hmm.
I play the English dub every time that I play it.
It's a great English dub. It's really, really good. Yeah. And which is a little... It's for that time, it was super hit or miss. Like the dub was either going to be great or like not very good. Because, for every Disgaea, you've also got a Chaos Wars. So, it's you never know what you're going to get. Yeah. Anyway, thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out with me, Cece. I'll see you again soon. How's that sound?
That sounds awesome. Have a good rest of your night.
Yeah, you as well. I'll catch you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Isn't she the best, folks? Hold on, I'm gonna give her another shout out. That was super fun. I don't usually do streams like that. But that was a podcast of dark knowledge. I feel like I learned a little something about Tumblr as well. I feel like we taught each other something. There's English dub of Yakuza? There is. Yeah, there is. I'm in it. I'm in yes. Of course. Thanks for being on. Why did you have to remind me of Chaos Wars? It's one of my alerts. I learned a lot this stream. Not sure if it's a good thing, but hey, good talk. Hey, listen. I'm just trying to do something else other than just play games, I'm trying to famously iconic role, white male pervert. That was the name of my character in Yakuza, both Infinite Wealth and Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. The old Tumblr days. It's true. I'd love to do more stuff like this with other people. Speaking of collabs, I've got more collabs this week, if you can fucking believe it. I have I'm playing Night Rain with Cherno on Friday. And then after that, I'm playing Roblox Bingo with Froggy Lock. So, did you watch State of Play? I did not. Chillin'. What's a good stream title? I don't know. Maybe I should watch it. Can I just watch it now? You should see the Digimon trailer? Fuck it, let's watch it now. It's not that long, right? Catching up. State of Play 2025. Can I get the whole? I want the whole thing. June 4th, 2025. Here it is. Yeah, you guys want to watch State of Play with me? I mean, you guys have probably already seen it, but I haven't. So this is going to be new for me. I have not. The only thing I've seen is the Marvel trailer. That's it. So I'm watching it a little late, but it's whatever. I'll give you $20 for the shirt. Nah, I'm good. I'm not usually a React content kind of guy. But I'll check it out, right? Like, I'm not usually a big React sort of fellow. It's kind of cool. They also did a weird promo for Digimon game where it was hosted by Terriermont, and he was so horny for the female main character, and it was so weird. Cringe. Cringe!
Emotion running through our veins. Heartbeat. Love is making waves. Emotion
Is this Electroplankton 2?
running through our veins. Heartbeat. Love is making waves.
Oh, wait, or is this just like the PlayStation promo thing that they always do? Oh, Luminous! I forgot about this. Shit, is this a new Luminous? I forgot about this. What was this on originally? Was this a PSP game?
Emotion running through our veins. Heartbeat.
This was a PSP game, right? PSP. Yeah. Okay, that's kind of cool. That's sick. Feel bad for watching this so much later, but it's whatever.
Hello from Enhance. I'm Tetsuya Mizuguchi. ディレクターの石原隆ですルミネスアライズのトレーラー楽しんでいただけたでしょうか
Ooh, PSVR
プレイステーション5 PSVR2 対応で発売予定ですルミネスアライズはバラエティ豊かな曲と美しいビジュアルが没入感を高めいつまでも遊びたくなるゲーム体験となっていますその世界はとても心地よくプレイヤーを共感覚の世界へと導きますまあよくある普通のパズルゲームってことだよね
Yeah, normal puzzle game things.
テトリスエフェクトを一度遊んだことがある人はわかると思いますが
Oh, they did Tetris Effect?
パズルゲームではありません夏にシングルとマルチプレイの体験版を配信予定ですぜひ皆さん手に取って遊んでみてください Thank you and enjoy the rest of State of Play
I heard Tetris Effect VR is bloody amazing, so I imagine this would be similar vein. I remember I watched, I think Mint played, Mint Costella played Tetris Effect, right? What comes after? Well, you wake up.
The future.
Oh, never mind. It was the future.
It's just a dream. It's a promise. One we're turning into reality. With our third generation of Luna filament and advanced generative AI, we're reshaping the line between dreams and reality. We create life for our future. Delphi Corporation.
What is this?
Let's see about getting passed through to Earth.
And why are these things trying to kill us?
Uh-oh. So it's not so perfect.
There you are. All better.
You patched me up.
Whoa. Capcom.
I am DI03367. They are pragmatic.
Whoa, hang on a second. Don't you have a name or something?
This is like reverse Death Stranding. Instead of wearing the baby on your chest, you wear it on your back.
I think I can help.
Targets identified. Neutralizing threats.
Neutralize us?
Looks like we're gonna have to fight our way through.
Dad space.
Bypassing first and second firewalls, hooking control protocols.
What is this game? Pragmata. Did they show this game off before?
Hey, D.I.
I said I am
Okay. Look, how about
5 years ago?
Diana?
I've never heard of this. 2026. It's real! It's real! For a game I never even knew existed. So if it was 5 years ago, they must have shown it off on what? PS4?
Oh, hey, today is Saturday, which means curry time.
Whoa.
I love curry. Speaking of curry, apparently the current president is actually a humane.
It's like a Scanner Darkly video game.
It's okay, I'll get it.
Everyone, it was just a tech demo for the RE engine. Ah.
Romeo, stay with me. Grandpa, I'm gonna die. Romeo, listen up. You're gonna die in about 15 seconds. Seriously? Seriously, don't worry. I made this just in case. The Dead Gear life support system. Don't move, okay?
What is this? Wait, this is fucking sick. What is this? Ooh, I like the music.
You're already half dead. From now on, you're half dead man. No, wait, that's...
This is early Suda 51. Is it Suda 51? It looks like Suda
From
51.
now on, you're dead man.
Alright, that's sick. Alright, that's cool. We do love Suda 51. This is such a Hina game. Kinda wish they kept the intro style. That would be kinda cool, but like the hand-drawn style. Oh, wait a minute. Coming 2026. This is kind of crazy to think about. You know what's
2026.
You know what I was thinking about? I was like, oh, Brittany Cox. I was thinking, man, 2026. They're already advertising games for next year. The 2025 is already halfway over. We're already in June 2025.
Maybe.
So of course they're advertising stuff for 2026.
That was Grandpa's voice. Are you like a spirit? I'm on your back. What?
All right, that's kind of cool. Yeah. Crosshopper manufacturer. Soda! Yeah! There he is!
トレーラーどうでした？グラスホッパーの久々の新作、ロミオ・イザ・デッドマンです。いよいよ発表できました。このゲームはですね、主人公のロミオが、ロミオ・スターゲーザーという名前なんですが、かっこいいでしょ。時空犯罪 FBI 捜査官として、凶悪なですね、指名手配犯をさまざまな時空に飛んで、倒していく。そんな、
Cool.
ブラッディなアクションゲームとなってます。
Do you ever notice that a lot of Japanese developers always have really cool coats? They're always like, they always got the layers on. They've got sick-ass coats.
Now I think I've got my head around this.
Hey, speaking of Chaos Wars,
but how do I get back to Tokyo?
Drefis, thank you for the 41. I appreciate that.
チーム一丸となって頑張って作ってます。そしてなんで タイトルがですね、ロミオなのにデッドマンなのか、それは皆さんぜひ続行をお待ちください。プレイステーション30周年過ぎち
You
ゃい
own
ま
that
したけど、
sick
おめで
ass
とうございま
Yu-Gi-Oh
す。
coat? I also have that cool
そ
G
れでは次
Gundam coat.
ステートオブプレイをお楽しみください。
This looks sick. I would totally play this. Oh, I know what this is. This is the new Silent Hill, isn't it?
こっち通るの珍しいね。今は誰かと喋りたくて。
I saw previews like screenshots of this.
裏切り者。
It's kind of nuts that they're actually making games again. Silent Hill F.
誰もいないの。足の悪いおばあちゃんまでいないなんて、こんなの絶対に変。誰もいないし。
Oh yeah, this is so interesting. I feel like the Japanese schoolgirl vibe is overdone for horror, but I'm not gonna complain. I like the visuals. I think the aesthetic is cool. I think that's why I really like Silent Hill 2, is because, like, whoa!
That's just
Edenia Quinn, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. Welcome to the Cephalus Squad. Oh, this is freaky. That's freaky. I kind of like James just because he's like just a guy, you know? Yeah, okay, this definitely looks like it plays like Silent Hill 2 Remake. Oof.
ひなこ。どこにいるの？ひなこはいいよね。何でも持ってる。
I can't imagine it's not the same engine. It probably is.
そんなあんたが
But,
いな
I
く
mean,
なってくれるんだからせいぜい
Bloober Team isn't making this, right? This is Team Silent. It's gotta be.
一人は嫌だよ。寂しいよ。
Oh, God. I hate mannequin shit.
一緒だよって約束したよね。暗いのは嫌。一人ぼっちは嫌。
Oh, you get a full-ass Naginata? Interesting.
裏切り者。
Interesting. So the aesthetic is very different than other Silent Hill games, but I'd still give it a try. Let's get a parry. Yeah, what if there's like a Sekiro parry mechanic where you have to break the monster's poise? The F stands for FromSoft. Not actual gameplay.
The castle has been sighted again.
Guys,
The
eyebrows are
church's orders
crazy.
absolute. These human sacrifices
Loki
must
rewatching
be
50%
stopped.
off right now. Hey, thanks.
We will track
I'm
the
glad you like it.
Imperial Castle,
Wait, is this?
break its gates, and exterminate the creatures that dwell within.
Whoa!
The demon lord himself will fall by our hand.
Castlevania? Okay.
This mission will test the limits of your courage. You will face horrors beyond your darkest imaginings. Beasts that defy reason.
Wait, is this?
Born of pure
That would be kind of crazy because they just showed Silent Hill, which is Konami. So this must also be Konami. It's absolutely amazing. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Is this... Wait, is this Bloodstained too? No, I'm seeing Konami stuff. Oh, it is. Okay.
With me.
Cross Reaper! Tonight, we start our mission!
Yeah, I haven't seen this, so don't spoil me, please. I appreciate it. Oh, okay, it's Bloodstained. Okay. Nice. Badass. I liked the first Bloodstained. The last boss was kind of a pain, but...
So you've come, dogs of the church, right into the palm of my hand.
Right into the palm of my hand.
The visuals of Shinjuku that I'm seeing are a hellscape I can't...
Oh shit, okay, this is the new Digimon game.
You've somehow been sent back in time 8 years. But the situation here is critical. I'm counting on you, Agent. Our ultimate mission is to uncover
Nice,
the
yeah, it looks like
causality
Cyber
between
Sleuth.
these anomalies.
It's probably a phase electron life form.
Is that what you call us Digimon?
I'll always be right here with you.
Who exactly are you working for? I remember you guys.
Who or what is that? You really don't know anything about the digital world?
We have been enemies for years now, but this is the first time the Titans have launched an attack on this scale.
We know
Is that
that
Richard
most
Epcar?
of
It sounds
the
like him.
anomalies we've been dealing with stem from Digimon.
It seems the upcoming battle is truly unavoidable.
The world on this end is running out
This
of
is
time.
great.
If the gate is opened with the digital world in such
The
a
old
state,
Digimon
the
pet.
human world will most certainly be affected.
That's cute.
Do the Titans not care about the end of the digital world?
Stop it! That egg is very important!
Is that the same universe? It looks great though. This looks so good.
It is just as the great one, Plutomon said.
They can't protect anyone. We must protect the world from them. For this purpose and this purpose alone.
Oh, is this one of those things where you can play as either a guy or a girl protagonist?
Please, everyone, lend me your strength.
Everything's riding on
To
you.
move forward into the
We
future.
must fulfill our mission.
That's cool. I like that.
Agent.
I like that you can play as either. Ooh, this year! Badass. Nice. I'll totally play this. This looks awesome. I loved Cyber Sleuth. Oh, I got spoiled for this, so I know what this is. Still badass. Man, okay. Dead. Real question. How many times have we had this released?
Children of Ivalice, deliver us from our sins, that we might know salvation.
Yeah, I knew about this. With little money.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown!
This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Wait, is it fully voice acted? No way.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Wow. That's crazy. Fully voiced, that's a lot. I wonder, did they get ROMs of Ben stars in? Of course he is.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson.
And I'm Sid Schumann, here to deliver news and release dates for games coming to PS5 later this year.
What do we got?
We hope you enjoyed that first look at Final Fantasy Tactics: The Evil East Chronicles. The game will include 2 versions of the original PlayStation Classic. The enhanced version,
wild.
which features improved graphics, fully voiced dialogue, refined gameplay, and much more, as well as the classic version, which brings a faithful recreation of the 1996.
Oh, that's cool. So you can play the remastered or the original? You know, I've been noticing that more games are doing this. More games are doing this now, where you can play either one. You can play either like the fully remastered version or the original.
To modern
It's very cool. I
consoles.
like that.
Final Fantasy Tactics: The Evilise Chronicles launches on PS5 and PS4 September 30th.
God,
and
that classic
will be available
art.
for pre-order later today.
This next game is something really special. When I first played it, I laughed so hard I almost barfed. Let's check it out.
Are you okay?
But is there maybe just toilet?
Toilet?
Yeah, I just need to pee.
How badly?
Just normal. Bad.
Just go behind this bush. I'll wait.
I can run away.
Pee shy.
No.
Yeah, no, you don't want me watching.
You can watch.
What is this?
In baby steps, all you have to do is carefully place one foot in front of the other, which is easier said than done. Main character Nate requires some pretty deliberate movement to make even the simplest progress. It's
it's
an open world experience filled with oddball characters.
Queue up to.
Oh, no. You found it even without a map. The best toilet on the mountain.
Oh,
The mountain.
Definitely check this one out when it comes to PS5 on September 8th.
Okay, sure. Games that actively work against you.
Hirogami is a unique action-adventure title from Bandai Namco Studios Singapore.
Singapore, okay.
In this journey to save your origami
Oh, I love
home, you'll
the
transform
papercraft
into
style.
paper shapes with
Oh, that's
distinct
so
abilities,
cute.
including a paper airplane.
Oh, that's so adorable. I love
nimble
this.
Frog, a hardy armadillo.
This is
and
such.
a powerful ape.
So I'm sorry. When I see new games, I like to organize them into two categories. This is either a Dodger game or a stripping game. This is a Dodger game. To put it in perspective for people that may watch my friends, this is a Dodger game.
On PS5 later this summer. Sid, why don't you tee this next one up?
Thanks, Sean. The Hot Shots series has been with PlayStation from the very beginning, and its latest installment, Everybody's Golf
This is a
Hot
stripping
Shots,
game.
boasts its largest character roster ever. Compete in courses from 10 different regions around the world.
This is a
Each
stripping
with
game.
weather effects and new nighttime variants.
Digimon is coming out less than 2
Pre-orders
weeks
begin
before
later
Legends
today.
ZA. Ooh, that
And
makes it
those
tough.
who do will get Bandai Namco's
I also don't
iconic
own a Switch too,
Pac-Man
so.
as an early unlockable character.
Yo, Pac-Man! Pac is back!
Everybody's Golf Hot Shots drives onto PS5 September 5th.
This is also, this is a...
Ragebound is a challenging new entry in the long-running
This could be a Dodger game.
From the makers of the Blasphemous series, Ragebound stars dual protagonists from rival clans, forced to combine their souls and skills against a demon uprising.
Ooh, this pixel art is sick.
And longtime fans will really love the pulse-pounding soundtrack, featuring guest composers from the original series.
This is cool. Wow, this looks fun as hell. I would play this. I would absolutely play this.
Ninja Gaiden Ragebound arrives July 30th.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, that art's by my VTuber artist. That's my VTuber artist. That cover art, that's him. That's David. That's so funny. Yeah, that's the guy who's designing my VTuber.
First on PS5 and PS4.
That's so funny. I did not expect that.
From the game Bakers, Cairn is a survival climbing experience where you must carefully plan your ascent up a deadly mountain. Manage balance and stamina to discover secrets.
Interesting.
Hey! Hey, wait for me!
Encounter other climbers.
I'm Marco. Nice to meet you.
And survive the harsh conditions of the climb.
Celeste 2. I was just kidding. It's called Cairn.
You can give it a try
Interesting.
yourself with
Interesting.
a demo that arrives later today.
Okay, sure.
That's all from us, but there's still a lot of State of Play to come.
This next reveal comes from the game preservationist at Digital Eclipse. Nothing can prepare you for their
I
next
think they said
collection,
Ragebound happens in
arriving
tandem with
later
Ninja
this year.
Gaiden 1 on like the opposite end of the world. Oh,
We knew
okay.
pretty early on that the game was fun to play. People were excited about it.
A new game.
The most rewarding part of it is just
That's
seeing
the Mortal
people
Kombat
react to
font.
We knew that we were onto something.
Oh, okay. Oh shit, is it like the Mortal Kombat collection?
Such a shock to see this game. I was like, I can't believe this game exists.
Interesting. Okay, hold on, wait. Mortal Kombat 1, Mortal Kombat 2, Mortal Kombat 3. Okay, Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, I think is like the only one really worth playing on here. If I'm being super honest with you, and I haven't played a ton of Mortal Kombat, but the only one like really worth playing is Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. That's like the best one. Of those,
Something that added to the mystique of Mortal Kombat.
it's gonna be that one.
We're showing you a part of a world that is much larger.
The full list is out. Console and handheld edition. Oh, God. Oh, I played this. Okay, I had Mortal Kombat on the Game Boy and Killer Instinct on the Game Boy. I played these. They suck. But I played them.
There was no template to make the games.
It's
It's a bit of the Wild West.
Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 is great, though. That game is totally worth playing.
Of who we were and what we wanted to do.
If there's net play for this, that would be kind of sick.
Flawless victory.
If there's actually like net play for Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, that would be kind of badass. There is? Yo, I would actually play that. Online play with rollback? Okay, wait, that's kind of sick then. That's pretty cool. Rollback net play? I didn't see rollback net play. But rollback net play for all of them? That's badass. I'm way into that. I would totally watch like Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 online tournaments. Oh! That's pretty sexy. That's kind of sexy. I like that.
Patrol here. We have evidence of an enemy in
Ah, all right. This is the first gameplay we've seen of this.
Where did he go? We've lost sight of him.
Nice.
Find him. We're under fire. Enemy position unknown.
The scientist,
like
this guy.
this, it's a revolution. All right, Commander. Baby.
The Fury.
You won't get away from me. Time for you to taste some real pain. What's
The pain.
I'm over here.
How good is a wireless fight stick? I wouldn't. Wait, is it wireless? I didn't see that was wireless. Well, I don't know. I'd have to test it.
See you in hell.
No, Volgan.
What the?
Let me see. Oh, no way! Are you kidding me? The apes! They've escaped! That's crazy. No way, there's more? Okay, that's kind of sick. And more? And more? And more.
Spirit stones.
Spirit stones.
Shining stones imbued with humankind's never-ending.
Oh, this is Neo 3.
Since time immemorial, this power has been.
Fuck, I should finish Neo
the
2.
impetus for human wars.
I should finish Neo 2. I liked that game. I liked Neo 2. I thought Neo 2 was sick. I liked it more than Neo 1. So, by that law, I should like Neo 3 even more than I like Neo 2. So, Neo 3 should be the greatest game of all time. Oh, it's got a pre-designed pro tag? Well, so did Neo 1. Actually, that was one of the things I didn't like about Neo 1.
What makes a shogun? Here is my answer.
Interesting. Can you, like, change specs? Change job class on the fly. That's kind of neat, I guess. Like, I kind of liked in Neo 2 that you could just like commit to something. Thought that was kind of sick, but this gives you more options, I suppose.
Who might you be, warrior?
Tokugawa. Takechiyo.
Tokugawa. From the Tokugawa shogunate. They're all British.
皆さんこんにちは。チーム忍者の安田です。戦国死にゲーシリーズの最新作ニオ3をついに発表させていただきました。今作のアクションはシリーズおなじみのサムライスタイルに加え、新たに忍者スタイルを追加、より多彩な戦闘を楽しめます。ステージもオープンフィールドとなり、探索や攻略の自由度や没入感が大幅にアップしています。本日より PlayStation 5で体験版も配信いたしますので、ぜひ
I think the one thing I don't like about the Neo games is the Diablo style loot. I don't like the Diablo style loot thing that they do. It's really annoying. You just get so much crap. But I like the gameplay. I hate the control scheme of Neo. I never minded the control scheme. I just don't like the loot system.
For me, it's all I've ever known.
It's all I've ever known.
My whole world.
What is this? Oh, this is VR.
I was raised in this city's shadow. Free to take whatever I need to survive.
It's the loot and the spirit second stamina system. So I actually kind of like the spirit thing where you like put the field down after certain attacks. I think that's kind of cool, but I agree with you. I can't. The loot is just so much stuff.
Hides many lost and legendary treasures, locked away, waiting to be found.
I hate the VR hands.
Waiting to be taken.
I've never played a game like this. I've never played a game where you have like your hands floating in front of you before.
Come with more trouble than others.
More trouble than others. She's from the north.
I thought I was dead.
Oh.
And who are you?
Interesting. It's everything I like. Dude, same. I love the horror yokai aspect.
Are you there yet? Cleo has uncovered a formula for a cure, but she's keeping it safe in her tower.
Hey, you got some hosen?
Marketland seems a bit tense today. I heard something happen with another
What is this?
Tidewalker.
I like the aesthetic.
Damn it. It's gone. Someone beat us to it.
It's the guy! It's the guy 589!
Flood.
The Legend 87? Somebody stop him!
Has been dying. Plastemia has taken everything from us. But you Tidewalkers are all connected.
Alex 1984.
And it's up to you now to use that power.
Interesting.
This is our new recruit.
Please, help me.
Okay, this is a...
Tidewalkers.
Huh.
Will you help us?
This is like Waterworld. This is kind of cool. I like that you can see what other people are doing. Tides of Tomorrow. So it's sort of like at the end of a what do you call it? At the end of a Telltale game, how they're like, this percentage of people did this and this percentage of people did this. this many people went down the zip line or whatever.
Hi, I'm Nicholas Ducey, the game director of Astrobot. It's a pleasure to be
Astrobot.
back today to share more news with you. What a last
Astrobot! Astrobot 2, baby!
Last September to such encouraging feedback, even receiving a few honors we are truly grateful for.
They're never gonna let anyone live it down that they won Game of the Year, are they?
5 speedrun levels, followed by a Christmas special packed with festive surprises. And then earlier this year, the
1 million years, Astrobot!
Adding yet more new challenging levels, all of which came at no additional cost. And today, I am pleased to announce that later this month, you will be able to enjoy 5 brand new challenge levels in Astrobot, bringing the total to a whopping 90 planets. And new special
Man,
bots
maybe
will
I
be
should
there
play.
too,
Oh, Ghost of
including
Yotei.
Atsu from Ghost of Yotei, alongside other fans' favorites, but these ones are a surprise. And finally, the Astrobot DualSense wireless controller
Oh, that's
will
cute.
return later
I'm
this year
not
with a
gonna
slight
buy
twist,
it, but that's
so
cute.
Be on the lookout for more news coming soon. From all of us at Team Asobi, thank you all for the amazing reception you gave our game, and enjoy the rest of the show.
What do we got? Oh. Who's this? Yeah, the art style's cool. I like this. I like the art style. Is this gameplay? It looks great. Everything's like they're like a toy soldier. You're like made of wood. Hell yeah, brother. Honestly, this is a cool state of play. This is kind of sick. They're showing some interesting stuff here. I remember the last state of play was very middling, but maybe they were saving a lot of stuff for this one. Hey, yo! I wouldn't mind getting some splinters for that. Yeah, I really like the wooden aesthetic. That's very cool. Mermussy? Yeah, the Mermussy's insane, dude. Kelly just isn't working from home today? Well, thanks for stopping in. But it looks like there's action combat, too. See... Remnants? See Remnants. Journey 2! Oh, never mind. Never mind, it is Journey, kind of, in a way. It's the same people. I didn't play Abzu. Was that the diving one? Was Abzu the one where you're underwater? I didn't play that one. Oh, I mean, these devs is, their aesthetic, like, their design and visuals, they always nail it. They always do. Cool. This is pretty sick. Yeah, this is cool as fuck. This looks great. Tony Hawk's Pro Journey. That's pretty good. Tony Hawk's Pro Journey.
everyone, I'm Kristen Zatani. That was a new look at Sword of the
Cool.
Sea,
That
a
was sick.
visually striking adventure from the team behind Abzu and the Pathless. We're excited to announce that Sword of the Sea will launch this summer into the PlayStation Plus game catalog. On June 17th, Remedy brings otherworldly action to game catalog with
This is a
FTC
Sam game.
Firebreak.
Sword of the Sea,
cooperative
that's a
FPS
Dodger
set
game.
in the
This is a
paradoxical
Sam
world
game.
of Control. You and two fellow agents must confront and contain the reality-warping chaos found within the oldest house.
Cool.
Fun in short bursts or deep dives, FBC Firebreak launches day one into game catalog on June 17th.
The game they flew Jesse out for? Nice.
The PlayStation Plus Classics catalog welcomes several new titles this summer.
He said he had a sponsor to
PS2
play it
version of
already?
Legendary Immersive
Whoa!
X arrives June.
What? Huh?
17th.
Hello?
In July, Twisted Metal 3. and
Okay,
Twisted Metal
that's
4
pretty
join the
sick.
service just in
Deus
time
Ex. For
the
those that
second
don't know,
season
there was a
premiere of
PS2
Twisted
port of
Metal,
Deus Ex.
which
It
arrives
wasn't
July
very good.
31st in select countries, including Peacock.
It's
and
not
US.
very good, so just play it on PC instead.
Additionally, two of Capcom's most beloved games from the original PlayStation are set to join the Classics lineup.
Dino Crisis. No, never mind. It's Resident
Evil
Evil
2
2
and
and
Resident
3.
Evil 3 will arrive
Yeah,
later
I
this
was
summer in the Classics catalog.
Same genre.
Additionally, Myst
I
and
gotta
Doom will
react
arrive
to
later
these
this
more
month
often.
as
This
part
is
of the
fun.
Days of Play celebration, running now
I gotta
through
react to stuff like this
Days
more
of Play
often.
is a 2-week event that includes bonus PlayStation Plus content drops, great deals on software and hardware, and more. Visit PlayStation Blog and PlayStation.com for full details.
You should. This is fun. I gotta do this live
His
more often.
parents cut their own rope to save him. He watched them fall, then found his way off that mountain. He was 11 years
Steam
old.
Summer Game Fest in 2 days. Okay,
Started
bet.
A grand tour of every major boarding school in Britain.
Always at the top of his class.
Always
Oh.
at odds with authority. Same thing in the Navy.
His superiors all praise his instincts.
And they're all in need of
praise his
early
instincts.
retirement. Nobody knows what to do with him, Mom.
No, and I suspect he feels the same way. But what he did in Iceland...
What he did in Iceland was insubordination. It was ill-disciplined, utterly reckless. He only survived thanks to blind luck. Give me one good reason to put him in the program, Mom.
I think you just covered them all, Greenway. It's
Is this
really
James
quite
Bond?
simple. Bond is a
Yeah,
bullet
yeah.
without a target. Let's give him one.
He looks like a mixture of Tom Cruise and Pierce Brosnan.
Do you have an appointment?
The name's Bond.
James Bond. He's with me.
And you are? Don't think we've had the pleasure.
Now let's not get ahead of ourselves, James.
So you shouldn't have.
Okay, so is this like young James Bond?
We're facing a situation of the utmost delicacy. I need all my pieces on the board.
Moneypenny is kind of a baddie.
009 is a master manipulator. Whatever the
This
end
feels
game
like they
is, we won't
this feels like they saw Hitman and were kind of like, yeah, we could do that with James Bond. Although much more combat. Yeah, Hitman dub. This feels like a Hitman game. Oh, it's the same team. Ah, okay. Interesting. That's well, I had good instincts then. What's the Hitman studio called? IO, okay. IOI? Okay.
Tell me, what do you do, James? Lately, headhunting.
Yeah, that's a sick poll for a James Bond game. I really can't think of anybody better to do it. Don't you love when it just lines up like that? That's cool. That's sick. I like that. It's very interesting. Should I get into the Hitman series?
I suppose this is another teachable moment.
Yeah. I've never played a Hitman game. Never. I've never touched it ever. I don't know. I felt like there were too many. And I sort of like
Hello.
got
I'm
intimidated.
Hakan Abrak, CEO of Interactive.
the team is thrilled to announce 007 First Flight. You'll experience James Bond as a young air crewman.
Did you combine all the modern Hitmans into one game with a roguelike mode? Oh, that's World of Assassination?
As he first steps into the world of espionage, striving to earn his 00 status. Everyone at IO Interactive has poured their passion and dedication into crafting an experience that honors the legacy of Bond, harnessing our 25 years of agent expertise. This is just the beginning of our journey with 007, and we can't wait to share more with you soon.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I could see that fitting really well. Oh, Bond's VA is Gratia? Oh, that's awesome. He's great. Ah. This is Ghost of Yote. Yeah, it's Eric Ishii. That's pretty sick. So I didn't play.
Still with me?
I didn't play Ghost of Tsushima. It's a good game. That's what I hear. I can't understand you. Oh, okay, so teaser. Okay, I've already seen this, but this is fucking sick, man. This is fucking sick. I can't believe this, man. This is so cool, man. Man. They really said Marvel 4 is dead. Fuck you. This looks so good. This looks sick. Fine, I'll do it myself. Okay. I saw 2XKO, and I thought, not for me. I don't like tag fighters. I saw this, and I said, I don't like tag fighters. I'm playing this anyway. Dude, you want to know the most fucked up thing? I know for a fact that Arc System Works went to, they went to Riot headquarters for some kind of meeting. I wonder if they showed them 2XKO and they're like, we can do better with a bigger property. Dev said you can play one character as lead and others as assist. Okay, that's cool. Damn, Doom is... Look at how Doom looks so cool, man. Did you see the interview? No, I did not see the interview after the trailer. Oh, I wonder who it is. Damn, she's cute. And I love that they're using, what's his name, Robbie Reyes? The Ghost Rider with the car. That's such a sick design. Anime Marvel, dude. Tokon. This is sick as hell, dude. I am ready. I'm so ready. I'm gonna play this. Maybe not seriously, but I'm gonna play it for sure. That's nuts. That's so... Ooh, what? That wasn't me. Wait, I haven't seen this. What is this? Never mind, it didn't happen. This does look like Yakuza.
プレイステーションの友人から急になんか飲みに行こうぜっていう連絡が来て、なんのこっちゃと思って、予定合わせて行ったんですけど、ちょっと飲んでる中で実はアークの
Damn, these graphics are getting really good.
マーベルの格闘ゲームを作ってみないかというような提案をいただきまして。いや本当に聞いた時はびっくりしましたね。で、
Marvel vs.
世界的に本当に有名な IP ですし、光栄だなと思いつつも、まず本当にうちの会社で大丈夫かなという不安もあり。
Oh, she do got the command grabs. That's pretty sick.
The inspiration for working on this project really came from a place of pure fandom.
That's so bad guy spotted!
Why isn't PlayStation in this space? Wanting to say, why isn't fandom? And
wait.
The inspiration for working on this project really came from
so bad guy! There he is! So Celtic Gear mentioned!
Place of pure fandom and wanting to say, why isn't PlayStation in this space?
So PlayStation approached us with this vision to bring Marvel back to the forefront of the tag fighting genre. And that got us really...
Damn! They even said it! They're like, yeah, we wanted to bring Marvel back to the forefront of the tag fighting. So we just said, fuck Capcom.
Excited because we had worked with them before.
That's not... Okay, maybe that's not what they said. But...
The Marvel Spider-Man franchise with Insomniac.
When it came to approaching Marvel, you have to kind of first float the idea and let them know, hey, you know, we're thinking about approaching a company like Arc System.
Oh, Jacko spotted!
Fighting game, we'd love to...
There she is! There she is! I'd love to go to the Arc System Works. You see Sonic Fox post about it? No, did they say, I'm going to beat everyone in this game?
Developer, that really perked up our ears. It's always refreshing to work with a team that will take on the challenge of tackling Marvel, putting their own spin on it, and then just uppercutting that challenge into the stratosphere. And that's what you get with this team. I mean, they couldn't make something boring if they tried.
社長からも本当に作れるんだったらぜひやりたいでっていうことを言われました。
The guy who just spoke interviewed me for Marvel games years ago. That's awesome.
これは私がプロデューサーなのかなっていうところで。
The tricky thing is that most fans, including myself, see this as a sacred genre for Marvel. The tough part is finding a partner that's crazy enough to take on the task, because you either do something like this big and bold, or you don't do it at all.
That's so tight.
I feel like I have a good grasp on their art style and how they would approach certain IPs. You come in with your kind of own expectations of, here's what I would expect to see from Arc System Works when they take on a Marvel IP. And what came up was something that went beyond that.
That's insane. This looks so good. Sorry, I'm like focused.
一番最初にマーベルさんに提出した時は、なんとなくマイケルさんの反応はあんまり芳しくなかった印象があって、何がまずいのかなっていろいろこうやっぱり直接話していくうちに、もっとアークのやりたいマーベルを見せてくれというような話をいただいたことがあって。
That's so nuts.
I remember personally the first time I saw Iron Man was really when I felt we had something special.
なので今回のアイアンマン
That is so. This might be the sickest Iron Man design maybe ever. Maybe of all time.
日本らしいアークシステムワークスらしいデザインっていうのが、出ているかなと思うので、マーベルの皆さんの反応がすこぶる良くて、あ、これなんだみたいないう感じで。
Iron Man is supposed to be
Dude's got charging star?
Think luxury race car mixed with a brick house. And the fact that they added anime mech elements to him just felt really naturally at home.
One of the mantras that we have for this project is from Japan to the world.
This is
and
sick.
Really
oh, with the expressive eyes? I love that.
Mechanics and say, what can we really take?
This is such a sick Doom design too, with the furry collar. Also, I want to point out something really cool that I just noticed. Doom's model is illuminated by Ghost Rider. Do you see that? That's such a nice little detail. He must have his own light source. That's really cool. Look, because his collar's lit up by the flames, and so is the right side of his body. So Ghost Rider, his head has its own light source. That's a nice detail. That's really cool.
And the creators that are doing awesome work here and bring that to the global platform.
What's your dream character to voice in this? Well, of all the characters that they've shown, I guess the only one I could probably do would be Spider-Man. But there's already a guy who kind of does Spider-Man for everything, so they'll probably just get him. He kind of does Spider-Man in most of the games.
の中では4対4というのがまず本当に意欲的で挑戦的なところだというところと
When Ark looks at these Marvel characters,
that's not a bad thing. I mean, I'm just saying that why is there a dinosaur? Oh, it's probably for the background.
The visuals, it's also the gameplay mechanics and adding.
Yo, I want to play the Triceratops. That's my main.
What is that pop? What is going to be something that's different? Up until now, you've seen tag fighters that have 2v2, 3v3.
Savage Lands, yeah, it's probably Savage Lands.
4v4. And in doing so, we found a lot of unique and fun ways to change up the gameplay that I think players are going to be
Kai!
excited
Kai Kisuke was back there!
To see. We felt like we just had to go
wait.
4v4. And in doing so, we found a lot of...
Oh, there he is! It's Kai! He's back there, I see him!
Unique and fun ways to change up the gameplay that I think players are going to be very excited to see.
今回4対4という革新的なところにチャレンジしている中で4キャラクター練習しないと勝てないんじゃないのとか安心してください。
Learning 4 characters is extremely daunting.
Oh, spot dodging!
Arc System Works has found a...
Whoa, okay.
Learning 4 characters is...
Okay, we got the Grand Blue spot dodge.
Extremely daunting, but the team at Arc System Works has found a way to design a system that adapts to your playstyle. So you could either duke it out as just the leader and 3 assists, or you
okay, that's like Skullgirl style.
Swap the leader and change the matchup on the fly.
Okay, that's like Skullgirl style.
People thought this day would be here, would come. You know, this has just been an awesome journey, and I'm excited that we get to be able to share it with all the fans out there.
I'll tell you right now, a lot of fighting games, they never get to experience this level of production, and it's just a dream to even be working with these two.
Oh, Pachi-san!
それは決してビジネスという枠組みではなくて、それぞれの強い思いの中でこのタイトルを成功させよう、いいゲームにしてファンに届けようと。
The 3 companies have come together to do this, and I think we really are going to make something magical here.
このタイトルですね、まだまだ開発途中ではありますが、続々とキャラクターも発表していきたいと思いますし、キャラクター以外のコンテンツというところも今後いろいろ出ていくと思います。今しばらく楽しみにお待ちいただければなと思います。Stay tuned.
This is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. This is pretty sick. I'm very excited about this. This is very, very cool. There's going to be some awesome shit happening in here. You can think about all... So they got the Marvel back. They got the Marvel money. They can add so many characters to this game. Any grappler ideas? The Thing, Hulk, I mean, who else would be a sick grappler? Colossus. You've got so many options. Juggernaut. You've got so many options. Beast, yeah. You've got everything. And another huge thing is, remember in Infinite, they didn't have any X-Men? Well, that was because they didn't have access to a lot of the X-Men stuff. Yeah, they can use X-Men again. There's so many options.
You're still with me?
Oh, yeah, hi, I'm here. Oh, yeah, hi. Sorry. I was looking at Marvel.
Battle is truly unavoidable.
Voice Gambit? I can't do a Cajun accent. I would love to audition if it ever comes my way. I'd happily read for it. Badass. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. That is awesome. That is sick. That is so cool. What a fun state of play that was. What a cool state of play that was. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm actually speaking, I gotta go do some auditions. And also, like, I think I gotta go. I'm almost out of food. I gotta go grocery shopping. But thanks for watching, everybody. I'm gonna be back tomorrow I'm gonna play Monster Train 2 tomorrow, I think. I'm gonna play some Monster Train 2 because that looked fun. I wanted to give that a shot. Also, I wanted to give you guys a break from Night Rain because I've been playing it so much. And I figure you guys are probably sick of it. Oh, I never get to raid Joel. Oh, he's building the Blue Eyes White Dragon. I built this on stream. I'm going to raid Joel. We love Joel. Go say hi to Joel. Be nice to him. Well, yeah, be nice to him. Okay, good night, everybody. See you later.